What's going on, my peoples? It's your boy, Mr. OBF, back one time for your mind. Welcome to the OBF, the network, people. Make sure you guys hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell button so you guys go get the live streams when we go live, people. And if you can, donate to the channel. Go to OBF, the real Cash App, and donate to the channel, people. We highly appreciate anything you guys could donate to the channel. Need more information to subscribe and donate to the channel? It's down there strolling below the screen, people. Make sure you guys hit the like button when you come in and out of the building. Make sure you guys share the videos, man. It keeps the movement pushing. All right, man. Listen, I truly, genuinely apologize to everybody. I supposed to came back, did some more videos. I fucking went to go. My wife had to take me to go pick up my truck. My car. I'm gonna go pick up my car. Fucking, I don't know what they were saying there was some type of shit as far as allergies outside that, you know, fuck with people allergies. I don't know if it was the heat or it was something in the air, whatever. But I went out that bitch and I could not stop sneezing. By the time I was riding back, getting back, because I stopped at the store, got me a new lighter and shit, got me some more cigars, and I was coming back. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and finish up, do some more videos. I get back, I'm tore up. I swelled up like a motherfucker. My wife was like, you see your eyes? I was like, nah, I'm gonna see my eyes. She was like, go look at your eyes. I look at my eyes in the mirror. Shit is all swelled up. And it was because I didn't take my allergy pills. So I had to take my allergy pills. And one thing about my allergy pills, they're going to put my ass out. So I said, I'm not going to go live. Plus, I can't drink with them allergy pills. So I said, let me go ahead and take these allergy pills. I had to take two instead because I usually don't take one. Well, I take two a day, but I usually take one in the morning and one at night. So I took two of them, and I was out probably in about 15, 20 minutes. That's how bad that shit was. And I was swole up and shit like that. So I had to put like wet washcloth on my eyes and had to sleep like that for at least like an hour so the swelling can go down. So if I look a little puffy to y'all, that's why. But anyway, feel better, y'all. Apologize for yesterday, man. My allergies was on some bullshit. But yeah. But I'm here, people. I'm here. Shout out to my sister Shay in the building. What up, sis? Yeah, man. Crazy. I said, let me get up. I feel good. Took a shower. Get down here. Still gotta go get my hair cut tomorrow. But yeah. So not doing shows yesterday. So Trump decides to, I don't even know what you call this. It's Trump decided to go to Chicago at a supposed to be representing black journalists. I'm not saying you don't supposed to invite Trump. I just think that just a waste of time. My honest opinion. I understand you have Republicans that are black journalists at this organization, so I get it. But I just thought it was a waste of time. But Trump decided to go, and people, this man went on some bullshit. I mean, if you don't know how Trump feel about black people by this thing that we get ready to listen to, I don't know what else can tell you. And I'm just gonna say this to black men, some black men that's out there think about supporting Trump or whoever. I don't give a damn about. I mean, I don't give a damn. I understand that Kamala Harris has a pass and shit. I get that, right? As far as her being a district attorney, I get that. But the one thing I always keep saying, I don't consider Kamala Harris a sellout. Now, is she blinded by being a liberal? Maybe. But I would never call her a sellout. So it's a difference with me, with Kamala Harris, and Candace Owens. It's just different. I like this woman is genuinely trying to sell us out, and the other one may be not really fully recognizing that she's not creating policies or whatever, or she's doing things that this might not be intentionally for her. She's not intentionally trying to sell black people out. Like, you get what I mean? But you know, it don't matter if you're a black person and you down with your people. You gonna do some shit to your people that other black people gonna be like, oh, yo, what's that? Like, so that happens. So that's how I look at Kamala Harris. I look at Vice President Harris. I look at her in that way. I don't look at her as a sellout, right? Some black people do, but that's why I say people have really they used words or definition of things, you know, to the extreme for me. Like, you gotta know when you crossing lines when you're talking about certain black folks. So I've been working on that. I've been trying to calm down on calling people sellouts and coons, and you know, just because we disagree of how to help out people, right? There's a way that some black folks think that they helping out people, but that doesn't mean they selling us out. That just means that they look at shit a different way than we do, and it depends how you've been raised. So, yeah, man, I don't know if these black men don't understand. You don't let this dude disrespect a black sister like this. I'm sorry. I like, even if I thought that Trump was going to do some good, right, for black folks, this shit right here, it crossed the line for me. Like, not even for me, but I hope for people that even thinking like that, right? This shit should cross the line for you. Like, nah, I can't vote for this dude. We can't let this dude talk about black sisters like that. I mean, he basically got on this panel and disrespected those women that was up there. And I knew he was going to act like that because it was black women. Right? I knew he was going to do that. Because the one thing about Donald Trump is one thing about a black dude, right? It's another thing about a black woman, because even though he's a racist, he's a sexist too. So he don't have respect for women like people think he does. Okay? The women that you see around him, they don't have any self-respect for themselves either. They look at him as he's superior, or a man is more superior than a woman. But that's how those women look at him, or look at men, period, right? So let's just get into it, people.
But we begin tonight with the visual depiction of a dumpster fire. That may be the only appropriate way to describe what happened today when the NABJ, the National Association of Black Journalists, hosted Donald Trump. It started with Trump attacking one of the three moderators, Rachel Scott of ABC News, after she asked why black voters should trust him given his past comments about members of the black community. And it just went downhill from there as he went after his political opponent.
Now, let me just say this. It was already an uproar of people that was a part of this organization that was saying, why y'all inviting this dude? You already know how this gonna go. But like I told y'all, a lot of those people that were part of that organization was black Republicans. So they probably was urging on, like, if we showed the left, we say, nah, he can't come. You know what I mean? You know, then the right gonna look at it like we plant favoritism towards the left. And I get that part of it. But the other part is, you should have had, I believe you should have had tougher journalists up there. If he was going to act like that, you should have had maybe a Roland Martin up there. You maybe should have had other black, I would say, even not even aggressive, but more on the spot to know that knows that he's lying, right? Like, they can fact check shit right there in the moment. Uncle Roro is one of those dudes. You should at least had him up there. You get what I mean? Because then at one point, at a period of time, right, You just had all these black women up there, like where's the black male journalists? Like, you should have had somebody up there like that. So that's my only issue about it. I'm not really that upset that they invited them because I understood why they did, but they shouldn't have invited them. But I understand why they did. But that's my only issue. I already knew Trump was gonna act like this. I was actually happy that he went and did exactly what he did, because I hope it proved to black folks that this dude do not respect black people. He does not. The man is a bigot. He's a racist. I don't know why y'all keep acting like he's not. Do you understand that racist white people can like some black folks? They're not even that they like them. They tolerate them because they fit, because they're nice to them. They kiss their ass. They kiss racist ass. It is black people like that. Or it's just ignorant ass black people just laugh off racism because they're cowards and they're ignorant. So I don't know why we in 2024, why even some black folks are ignorant to what racism is and bigotry is. I don't understand it, but it is what it is. Like I said, it's something in the air or something in the water we drinking. I don't know what the fuck is going on with America. But let's move on.
Vice President Kamala Harris.
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question so in such a horrible manner. First question. You don't even say, hello, how are you? Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network.
First of all, nobody got to say hi to you. You're not that no, mind. Anyway, he's not that fucking important. Okay? Honestly, really. Second of all, the one that asked you the question, she's the only one that shook your hand when you got on stage. You was too lazy to go down the row of the stage and shake everybody's hand. So you already came with disrespect. But anyway, let's move on.
Terrible network. I have been the best president for the black population since Abraham Lincoln. That's my answer. She was always...
Time out. Donald Trump, that is a lie, man. And see, that's why Uncle Roro would have been great to be up on that stage, because he had fact checked him and stopped him. That is not true. Okay, listen. Donald Trump, that is not true. Let me just explain something to you. You couldn't have been the best president for black people than any other president other than Abraham Lincoln. You know why? Because we were still segregated, still was redlining and shit like that was going on. We didn't have rights. We was in a Jim Crow era. And we finally got out of that shit around the 60s. You wasn't president. You have did nothing like that. Not even in your 3 years or 4 years you was in being a president. You have never did that. Ever. Nothing even close to doing that. Nothing. So, no, you're lying. And Donald Trump, I can only speak for me as a black person. My life did not change either way when you was in office. My status was the same. I didn't receive no more, no less. So, number one, I automatically tell you you're lying. You haven't did for the black community. What are you talking about? You didn't stop gang violence in black communities, have you? No, you didn't. Gang violence still continued under you and after you. So how did you help black people? The whole community. You act like you helped all of us. How? But anyway, let's move on. But I told you, he doesn't have respect for us. I told y'all a while ago about how white people have put black faces of the poorest, the worst, the dangerous, the laziest. They label us like that. We are promoted through the country and through the world that way. That's why you see a lot of our foreign brothers and sisters, or some foreign people come here and have this disdain and disrespect for us because it's already posted that way through the world. American white people have done that to us. They have promoted us that way. Anytime we talk about, like now, think about anybody that's black that's doing something positive, ain't out here shooting and killing nobody. Just say Kalama Harris. She's a DEI hire. Why? She only got that job because she black? When did that start happening? You see anybody's in a powerful position, that's a DEI hire. Everything's a DEI hire when you see a black person from Trump people. We only there because we're black. It's almost like reverse psychology, right? When black people say, only reason you see a lot of them white people in powerful positions, because a lot of them not qualified. We know plenty of black and minority people way more qualified than them, but they only got it because of nepotism. That's what they did. Now they're reversing it on us. Now if we in a powerful position, or we get a position, right? You only got there because of DEI. You're a DEI hire. You only got there because of DEI. Like I said, it's some of the most racist shit you can tell black people now. It's almost basically saying you're only there because you're a nigga. It's insulting, it's disrespectful, and it's racist, bro. Anytime I hear them say, oh, he's a DEI or they DEI, you're just saying because we're black or somebody's a person of color. That's the only reason they're there. That's some racist shit. Because we really, at the end of the day, know what that shit genuinely means. Black people really genuinely know what that means. They think that we're not smart enough to understand that. But they know what they're saying. They just want to call us niggas. And like I said, people is going to most likely happen. Somebody from his campaign, Trump, somebody is going to say, yeah, it's because they're niggas. I'm telling y'all, they going to use the N-word. Shout out to my brother Bell in the building. What up, brother Bell? Say good morning to Shay. Shout out to you, brother Bell, again. Shout out to Talking. And make sure y'all guys go to my man Talking to Grubbin YouTube channel. People, he does the sports over there. Good morning, everybody, man. Straight love. Let's get into it.
Always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. She's the border czar. She's the worst border czar in the history of the world. There's never been a border czar like this.
Let me stop it right there. Trump said he did not know. Well, if you watch the part where he talk about it, he says, because they chopped the clips up a little bit. He says some shit like, because they asked her, the one journalist lady asked Trump about some people in this party, people that fuck with him and rock with him, that's keep calling Kalama Harris a DEI hire. Right? Then he says, ask her to tell the definition of a DEI hire and all this other shit. I got another clip that I'm gonna break it down a little more, but because I wanted to get to what the sisters say, you know, response to him or whatever, right? But I'm gonna get into how I'm gonna break the shit down a little bit. But anyway, he says some shit of, I've been knowing Kalama Harris for a while. Not indirectly, don't know her personally like that, but from what I understood, she was always only representing a Asian heritage or some shit like that, right? She never claimed to be black. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, she just claimed that she's black, right? So we'll get more into that, what he said, but come on, Trump, bro. The shit is laughable because you heard people in the crowd even laugh because it's laughable. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Nobody just can say, oh, now I'm black. Nigga, first of all, black people gonna question, like, hold on, you was just claiming that shit over there, right? See, this is how much he don't know about our people, right? Even, just say what he's saying is true, right? You know black people would be like, hey, hold on, oh, come on, man, ooh. You just was over there with them Asian motherfuckers. Now you want to be black? Now you want to represent us? We would have been checked her on that shit. We would have never claimed her. Just be very honest about that shit. She wouldn't get, listen, people, she would never get invited to black shit events. I'm just telling y'all that. If she was on that one, what he's saying that she did, right? Black people wouldn't have invited her to black events. If she started off that way, then all of a sudden now she wanna embrace her blackness. Black people would have been shut her ass down. But that's how much level of lack of respect that or intelligence that he think we have. Or like I say, he doesn't know our community. He doesn't know our culture. It's like somebody from afar seeing some shit and thinking they know how it works, and they never came over to somewhere and seen how it works, thinking they can do that. Oh, I can do that. It's easy. Look, some people make shit look easy. And if you black, it ain't hard to be black. We black. You know what's hard for black people to do? Transition ourselves to try to fit in with white folks. That's hard. But trying to be black and being a black person, it ain't hard to be black. It's not hard. Unless you grew up in a white community and shit like that. But still, even in some black people that seem come off corny, it's still in them to be black. It's a certain thing that we got. So they may sound corny sometimes saying slang, certain things that when we use slang, right? And how we interact with each other, they may come off as corny, but it's still in them. They just don't hang around enough black people to get that swag about them. Or bring the swag out of them, right? They hang around white people, and let's just be real, a lot of white people are corny to black folks, and it is what it is. There's no disrespect to all white people. It's just y'all look corny to us. You ain't got no swag. This is what it is. Now let's move on. Then he said something about the border czar, calling her the border czar. First of all, that wasn't her job. She wasn't in control of the border. That wasn't what the reason that she was supposed to stop shit from the border. Biden asked her to go over to Venezuela to slow down, work up a policy to slow down a lot of immigrants from flowing through America. And which she did. So she wasn't the border czar. That's just some weird shit that these Republicans came up with, a name to try to make it seem like it's some, I don't know, man. Let's just move on. That shit is just even weird.
She didn't pass her bar exam, and she didn't think she would pass it. The Democrat Party is really the one that has the problem. I think
this nigga, I keep saying this even about Donald Trump. Your only accomplishment, right, that in your whole entire life, because you wasn't a great student in high school, you wasn't a great student in college, it's all documented, right? You probably paid to to get to graduate. We heard you paid people to take your SATs so you can get into college. So listen, you was handed the keys. Actually, you wasn't even supposed to get the keys. Your brother that didn't want the business, the keys got handed to you by your dad. So you didn't really work hard for it. So you got handed the business. Then you fucked up the business, bankrupted over and over and over and over again till your kids took over, and then your kids kind of helped you stop going bankrupt. Right? Then somehow, by you promoting yourself by lying, being a fake promoter for yourself, calling the newspapers, trying to be somebody else different, promoted you to be this big person, you know, gravitating to black culture and pop culture. That's how you got popular. And then you ran for president. That's your only accomplishment that you won. That's the only accomplishment. And then you wasn't even that good at that. I ain't even gonna say you wasn't even that good. You wasn't good at it at all of being a president. You're no leader. You're just an arrogant prick. But you're questioning her about taking the bar exam. She's a lawyer turned into an attorney general. Ran for Senate. Became a senator. Got picked to be the vice president. Ran for vice president. The first black, Asian, Indian, however you want to look at it, Donald Trump, that ever did it. She did historical things. You did nothing. You was horrible at everything you have done in life. Everything. You lied and said how rich you are. We know that it's not true. Because a real true billionaire wouldn't have been bitching and complaining about, oh, Judge, I ain't got this money. I got to go and see if a bank could give me a loan. But you're a billionaire, though. $700 million ain't shit to a giant. But we know you be lying. You lied about your whole resume. Oh, and don't let me forget either, Donald Trump, to throw something else into your resume. This is why I know you're a racist. When you and your daddy had the business, and you didn't want to didn't want to give black people the rent apartments from your apartments, and you classify them as C's, as colored, so they the ones you not going to allow to be in the building. Then the federal government came in and sued your racist ass. You and your daddy. And you lost that. And then you had to pay a whole bunch of money for that. You remember that? Donald Trump, you have never been an accomplished person ever in your life. The only time you probably was a good person is when the day you was born. About time you probably was about 5 or 10 years old, you probably wasn't shit. After you turned 10, you probably wasn't shit. You wasn't shit then, and you ain't shit now. So don't question anybody's resume when your resume is trash. Shout out to Shay in the building. Said keep spitting no fact. Listen, man, this shit is it's easy work. Shay is easy work, Shay. This shit ain't, you know the crazy part about it is that his supporters can just Google this shit of what I'm just saying, and I dig deep down into his history and know exactly what he did. But this shit, little shit I just put out, it's easy. Listen, I ain't even talk about some of the shit he did in Atlantic City. The crooked shit he was doing down there. Come on. This dude's resume is trash. Shout out to Brother Bell in the building. What up, Brother Bell? Yeah, this shit goes way back, bro. His daddy used to go to Klan rallies. I ain't even bring that up, did I? Like I told you, his family ain't shit to me. I'm just being honest. Whole family ain't shit. I feel sorry for the kids. The rest of them, fuck them all. This shit's sad. Let's move on.
The problem, I think they're radical on abortion because they're allowing abortion in the 9th month. They're allowing the death. They're allowing freedom, the death of a baby after the baby is born.
Okay.
You know the bad part about it is, one thing I don't like that I had to keep doing is explaining myself. Right? But I have to. It's a part of my responsibility. Okay? As your host. Okay? As somebody that give a fuck about people. Okay? First of all, people. It is not true. It is a bull-faced liar. He is a liar. Whoever says that is a goddamn liar. It is a lie. It is no, people, it is no woman. You can't even, they don't even have documents of it. Okay? First of all, you would have heard about it. You know why you would have heard about it? Because it's illegal. He said they're having abortions at 9 months. What? Where? Hey Trump, name me one. Give me one story in, let's say the last year. Name me one case that happened in the last 2 years. Give me 3 years. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Give me a decade. Give me 20 years. Give me 30 years. Where one case where a woman had an abortion at the later term in 9 months. Give me 8 months. Give me 7 months. Give me 6 months. Give me 5 months. That a woman just changed her mind, said, you know what? I don't want to have this baby. I want an abortion. People, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's 6 weeks. You got 6 weeks or some shit like that to make a decision. 8 weeks or something like 6 or 8 weeks or something like that. It's a little, I think it's like 2 months where it's possible you can have an abortion. But it's impossible, people. I mean, I ain't saying it's impossible. It does not exist. It does not happen. Okay? That shit does not exist. I mean, it does not happen. You know how many women would have been arrested, been in jail for something like that? That's already on the books, even before they got rid of Roe v. Wade. You know how many women will be in, and doctors will be in jail right now? That's a crime. Never mind, man. We amongst the stupid. We live in America where stupid people believe in stupid lies. They can't even give you an incident where it happened. They can't even name. So you basically tell me the doctors are crooked too. The doctors are breaking the law. They out here killing babies too. The doctors too, huh? You know what I mean? Doctors would have been in jail by now, people. You know this would have been a big story on the mainstream. We done knew this shit on social media. You can't find the case. But stupid Trump supporters believe this, and stupid evangelicals believe this. Y'all dumb as shit. Anyway, let's move on, man. Dumbass people.
Okay. Time for a quick fact check. First off, no, Donald, you were not the best president for black people since Abraham Lincoln. Not
We
even
know that.
close. For instance, you like to claim that you had the lowest black unemployment numbers when in fact that happened under President Biden. Second, Vice President...
Thank you. I told y'all that before. Because I remember some right-winger came on TV, was like, well, hold on, some of them jobs Trump lost because of the pandemic. Okay. The jobs that we lost in the pandemic, Biden got them back, and then he did 3-4 million more. That was way more than Trump. So we debunked that dumbass narrative. These are facts. All you gotta do is look it up. Google this shit. Oh, I forgot. Y'all don't trust the government, Trump supporters. So what the fuck do you... If I tell you anything that's factual, you say I'm lying. So it doesn't matter if I tell you the truth. That's why I said we can't have a discussion when you motherfuckers don't believe in facts. You don't believe in government. Only unless you have somebody like Trump in there that speak your stupid language and make up shit and lie. But that talking point has been debunked already. That is not true. Trump did not create more jobs for black folks. Biden did. He even brought back the jobs that Trump in the pandemic lost. Because of the pandemic and Trump. He got those jobs, got everybody back to work on those jobs where Trump had it, right? Then he did 3 more jobs. I mean, 4 million more. It's probably even a little higher now. So he did way more. But anyway, can't tell stupid Trump supporters that because they don't believe in truth. So what y'all mad about? But anyway, let's move on.
President Kamala Harris is black. She's always identified as black. Her father, also black. Here she is at the 2006 State of Black.
Let me just say this. Kamala Harris' father is Jamaican. He black. Now, is she a... Because I don't know how deep her heritage go, but she may not be a foundational black American or some shit, but she black. Nobody's questioning that she black. Is she a black citizen? Black American citizen? A mixed race citizen? Yes. But her daddy is Jamaican. People, how many white Jamaicans or whatever Jamaicans you have seen, unless they was born in Jamaica? But really, that's just a country that they're saying like, oh, they're Jamaican. But they're black people. Saying you're Jamaican, it's culture, you can say, right? It's not really a black person, right? But people that's Jamaican is most likely black, right? You have some light-skinned people, you know, and seen a couple of white dudes that was born in Jamaica. And they're Jamaican, right? But that don't mean they black. So Kamala Harris is black. Now she didn't want to choose to be black because her mom is Indian. But anybody know anything about Indian people? They're mixed with Asian, white, and black. You ever seen you ever seen an Indian? Look how some of them are dark. Just trying to tell you. So regardless if she got a little Indian in her, a little Asian in her, even that part of her mom got black in her. Fuck you. Okay. See, this is why education matters in this country. See, because it's okay to learn American history. It's cool. But if we want to know about the world, we got to start educating our children and our people about the world. So we have a better understanding who the fuck we are even in America. Let's just be real. Damn near everybody, regardless if you was born here in America and my ancestors come from slavery or whatever, they still was Africans. They still was immigrants. They wasn't from this bitch. None of us are from here. Even some of these racist ass Trump supporters, y'all ain't from here. But you don't care about history. You want to rewrite history just to turn it into when your ancestors stole the country and took it over. That's why you want to start history. Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
Black America. She also went to Howard University and is a member of the historically black Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. Imagine a white geezer lecturing a room full of black journalists about who is and...
Now, let me just say this. You can't... Listen. We don't discriminate against any minorities from going to all black colleges. We don't do that. Right? But the one thing that we do, I have never seen, and maybe, you know, I ain't really into sororities and shit like that, but from what I know, a black sorority, no minorities can be in a black sorority. Right? Like, maybe some, like Kamala Harris, like, she's different because she got black in her. So, she can get away with getting into that. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know really too much about sororities, but the one thing I do know, you don't see white people in our sororities. You don't see a lot of Latinos and all them. We'll let you go to the school, you know. But sororities, they sacred. It's something about that shit. Shit, you might get fucked up fucking with some of them sororities. They'll beat the shit out you. You say something wrong. But anyway. But, yeah, they don't play about that sorority shit. So, Kamala Harris just couldn't just be a part of that and not identify as black, even though she's a mixed breed. I'm just telling you that. They don't play that shit. But it is what it is. People, you know, I told you, we got a lot of misinformed, uneducated people in this country. I'm just being very genuinely honest about this. Shout out to my brother Big Tim in the building. What up, Big Tim? She's black and Indian. She has both sides. It would be disrespectful for her not to both sides of her, just her having that is racist. That's racist. Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. You listen. Unless she want to explain her heritage, is, you know, I have no problem with it. I'm not mad at her because she acknowledged and claims her other half. That's who she is. But she know here in America, nigga, them white folks see you as black. Once you say I got black in me, these white folks see you as black. I don't know why. Even some of my biracial brothers and sisters and shit, they the most confused, and I get why. Because black people hard too. We be doing some fuck shit. We be on some bigoted bullshit that we sometimes, when it comes to our biracial brothers and sisters and shit, we be on some bullshit. Some of us be on some bullshit. But listen, I'm mixed with a lot of shit, but I'm black. I don't claim nothing else, nigga. I grew up around black people. My mom is black. My daddy black. You know what I mean? We just mixed with a little Spanish and shit like that. You know. Native American and us and shit like that. Like, but nigga, I'm majority black on both sides. I did my shit. My dad, you see my dad? My dad is black. He dark skinned, nigga. My mom is about my complexion. So, nigga, ain't no, my grandma, that's from Dominican Republic. She dark, nigga. She black. Fuck what we talking about? Like, nigga, I ain't never questioned, cause I know I had these different drops of blood in me from nationalities, do history and shit, whatever, you know, different races shit. I didn't never question if I'm black. Like I never had that issue. Sorry, I just haven't. So that's why I feel for my brothers and sisters that's biracial. I get it. I understand it. Like I can see how, like, I can see how they can feel uncomfortable, you know, even in the black community. The black community, we harsh. We harsh as a motherfucker. You know what I mean? If we like we do shit in the black community that we have learned from our slave masters back in the day. From these racist ass white folks, we learned behaviors from them that where we be questioning each other blackness. You get what I mean? When we can't question somebody's blackness. Now we can question them as certain black folks of, are you really down with black people? Like, we can question that, but we can't question other black people's blackness. We can't do that. We can question them, is they real? Is you with us? Or you against us? Like, let us know. Then we know how to treat you. You know what I mean? But black people, we harsh on each other. And I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Believe it or not, I believe that's what makes us a little strong. I don't like that we do some of the shit that we do to each other, but it kind of makes us strong. It kind of gives us a little bit of thick skin. Some of us wound up getting thick skin. Some of us may not have thick skin very young. Some do. Some of us don't. And some of us need to get thick skin. So when we get out here in the world and we start fucking around with these other different races of people, we know how to move. We know how to brush some shit off or smack shit out you when we got to or don't. We know how to remove it. We know how to do certain shit in life. Our community prepares you for life outside of our community. My honest opinion. I mean, that's what I got from being raised amongst my people. Of course, I don't agree and like everything that we do in the community, but a lot of that shit, the teasing, the questioning people's blackness to a certain extent, I don't fully agree, but you know, it makes you wind up having thick skin. When you get out here in the world full of vultures, that's a different color skin from you or come from a different culture of you. You know how to move. You get prepared. That's how I look at it. That's why I love my people. Listen, if I take the good, I gotta take some of the bad. So we ain't always 100%. I ain't gonna say we great, like we the greatest thing ever in the world. Like we don't make mistakes. Like, nah, nigga, we do some bad shit. But, you know, sometimes it's not intentional. Sometimes we've been brainwashed in a certain type of way that we think this shit is okay, but it's really not. And until a lot of us get older or get out of our bubble amongst our people, sometimes we really don't get it. But we'll get it sooner or later. Some of us do usually get it. Some of us don't, but some of us do.
And isn't black. Third, Vice President Harris was not the borders are. There's no such position in the federal government, Donald. President Biden tasked VP Harris to look at the root causes of undocumented mass migration to the United States and to negotiate compacts in Central America to slow the flow of migrants, which she did, including with...
Now, mind you, the same shit she just explained, Trump did that. His administration did that. That's what they worked that deal out with, I think it was Mexico. But she went deeper than that. She found out where the motherfuckers was starting to come from. She went to Venezuela, where a lot of the immigrants are coming from. Right? She went even deeper. She didn't just stop at Mexico. She went past Mexico to try to fix some shit. And listen, I'm going to just keep telling y'all this. You see a lot of these immigrant people coming over here. A lot of that shit because America has, our government, Democrat and Republican, has pushed dictators in that country. And the dictators took over, and because we do business with them and shit like that, we got better business relationships with certain dictators, or they're not dictators. We push them to overtake their country. So, because we do good business with them. So that's who we want to do business with. So, but it may be wrong for the people of that country, that person that's leading. But we don't be understanding. We don't give a fuck about that. But then we bitch and complain that they coming over here because they're getting mistreated by their own people. And we push them to put them in powerful positions. We have done that. And so I don't even understand why we having this issue about the border. Like, what people mad about the border. Like, we created this shit ourselves. Our government has done this. That's where national, international relationships matter. This is where that shit comes in at. I don't like talking about it because I know why a lot of shit happens. But America, I don't talk about it because I know a lot of the problems that we keep bitching and complaining about is because of our own government. And you want to be genuinely honest about it, is because of the simple fact we vote these people in. So what are we crying and bitching about? Or we don't vote. Or we don't do enough background or education on the person that we're voting for, but then we get mad at the politician. You ain't vote for the politician, fuck you mad about. You ain't do your homework on the politician before you voted for him, fuck you mad about. See, the voters got to start taking self-responsibility of what the fuck they're doing and who they're voting for. We don't get but they the leaders. No. We vote them in or we don't vote not to vote them in. So we don't have no leeway of saying anything about any politician if you don't vote. And I mean that shit. You don't vote. You don't do your homework and background on the person that you're thinking about voting for or not voting for. I don't want to hear from you type of people. Because you are irrelevant. You are part of the fucking problem. Believe it or not. So all the issues we got here in America, it's part of it our own fault. The voters. Or the ones that don't vote. Fuck out of here. Let's move on.
Including with Guatemala, not to monitor the border. Fourth, Kamala Harris absolutely passed the bar exam. That is how she became the district attorney of San Francisco and the attorney general of the state of California. And as a successful prosecutor, Donald, that is how she will own you in the next debate if you're not too chicken to show up. And finally, while we've debunked this one multiple times on this show, we must say yet again that no, Democrats do not support the killing of infants after birth. That is called infanticide, and it is very, very illegal. A word you know a lot about, Donald, given your 34-count felony conviction. Also illegal, having an elective abortion in the 9th month of a pregnancy, which just as an idea is actually insane. Having said all of that,
thank you. These are facts. It is illegal to have an abortion. Listen, at a certain time in a pregnancy, it just is. Not in 9 months, 8 months, 7 months, 6 months. No. This is how you know people don't really know women. A woman, regardless if she's scared to have a baby, right? Just say, like, it's scary to have a person that you gotta take care of and shit like that. It's scary, right? I get it, right? But the other part that just as a man, we don't understand. When I see it now, because I watch how my wife is with my daughter, so it brings a different perspective to me of now I understand that bond. That woman is bonding with that child once she feels the growth in her. It's a feeling that they got. I have conversations with plenty of pregnant women, friends of mine and family members of mine, and my wife. It's a connection. It's a connection that's why a lot of if boys, their mama's boys, it's a reason for that, right? When a mother and a daughter is very, very close, it's a reason for that shit. It's a bond that they have. Even when they like the young lady get older, the child get older, and she just have this weird like her and the mother don't get along or some shit like that. Even though they don't get along, it's just because they're alike, right? Sometimes when you're alike, when you and that person is alike, y'all think the same, yo, it could be annoying to you, right? Now, usually every child, a percentage-wise, ballpark figure, about 60 to 70% of children, man or woman, usually a young girl or young boy, have this weird ass connection with their mother. Like, it's a connection that they got. And it's because the mother, that kid is in that woman's womb. It's something, you can't even explain that shit. But I get it now because I see the connection that my daughter has with my wife. Like, it's like my daughter is very needy, but her connection with my wife compared to mine is very, very different. My daughter, especially as she getting older, her connection with me dwindles because of the simple fact that I already established what our relationship is most likely going to be like in the future, right? My daughter only want my approval about certain shit, right? To be recognized by me and make sure I'm there to protect her. That's her look at how she looks at me, how she feels about me. She knows I love her. She knows that. But those are the three things. With my wife, it's all three of those things and way more. But it's just because they had that connection before she even came out the womb. For all those 9 months. Like, really, like, it's just a weird connection. You can't put your finger on it. You can't say why that it. It just is what it is. So my whole point is, when with women, they are already connected to that child, regardless if they scared to have that child, they don't know if they want to have a child or not. They already connected. Some have abortions. It depends with the woman, right? A lot of times it ain't about the child. A lot of times it's about, when they have abortions, a lot of times it usually be about, is they too young? Could they afford it? That's shit like that really makes that decision, but they got to make that shit early, right? Then the shame from religious people, right? A lot of people get abortions because of religious people, because religious people push a lot of women to have abortion. You ain't married, you're going to have a kid out of wedlock. That shit is in the psyche of a lot of women. So the religious people think that they're helping, but they're not. Because even you're pushing that this woman should have a baby, you're still going to shame her and the baby once the baby is born. Think about that about religious people. And you know why I know that? Because I used to be very religious and I have seen it. They talked about that young girl or that young woman like she wasn't shit. When they found out she was pregnant, she had a baby out of wedlock, you just say. But they kept pushing, no, you gotta have that baby though. And then when she have the baby, they still treat her like shit. Her and the baby. Call the baby a bastard child. I have seen it happen. So please, religious people, miss me that you care about the children because you disrespect the children by disrespecting their mama, and then you disrespect the children by calling them bastard children. Like that shit doesn't have effect on how these kids wind up becoming who they are and that self-esteem when they get older. I know this, but a lot of them religious fakes won't tell you this, that they actually do that to people. So that's why a lot of women have abortions. They don't talk about that shit. I believe we probably wouldn't have a lot of women having abortions if the religious folks in this country stopped being so fucking cruel. But anyway, let's move on.
I also just want to say one quick thing about this invitation to the president and board of NABJ. Y'all got played. Donald Trump showed up at the convention for exactly 3 reasons. 1, to try to dispel the notion that he's scared to debate a black woman, a presumption one can draw from his refusal to commit to debating VP Harris, who again, for those in the back, is a black and Asian woman. It's also why he lost it like a grumbly senior at the retirement home who didn't get his Jell-O dessert when ABC's Rachel Scott challenged him to answer basic questions. And how likely is it that he would have shown up at all if the lady from the network that paid a $787 million legal settlement for spreading the big lie wasn't included on the panel? Second, to steal...
I think you're talking about the woman from Fox News, the Fur something. I forgot her name. She got a weird name, but Fur something. She married to a white man, too. She a sellout. She work at Fox News. Yeah, she was horrible. She was an embarrassment as well. That whole thing was embarrassing. That whole event was embarrassing. You know, shit just crazy. Let's move on.
The attention that Vice President Kamala Harris has hijacked from him because she's just more interesting and her support is more joyous and rooted in popular American culture. And 3, to create clips to play.
Now, let me just say that she got a point. I want to say this too. My honest opinion, I ain't gonna lie about this. I didn't think that we could have another black person run for president. Listen, I'm gonna explain something to y'all, and mark my word on this. This is why, to me, that is very, very important. Regardless if we got issues with certain policies and her past of certain things, the issues that we got with Kamala Harris. If she wins this presidency, if she wins in 2024, this will be bigger than Barack. Because number one, she's a biracial black woman. She's black and Asian, black and Indian. And she's a woman. And so it's huge that this can happen. This will be a story. This will be bigger than Biden. I mean, bigger than Barack. This will be bigger. Be very, very bigger. I think I'm gonna tell you something that I believe that Vice President Harris will do way better than what Barack did. Especially if we get the House and the Senate. They're not going to bullshit around about passing policies that Barack's supposed to have passed. She's not going to allow that. You know why that's not going to happen? Because there's going to be too many black people on her ass. See, motherfuckers was just happy to have the first black president. Not this time around. Oh, they will, listen, black people will be on her ass. That George Floyd Act will get passed. The Civil Rights Act will get passed. The woman's right for Roe v. Wade, that shit will get passed. Those are 3 things that I actually know for a fact that she's going to do. If they get the Senate and the House, I guarantee you that shit is getting passed. She's not going to do a Barack Obama. I'm telling you, I guarantee you. She probably had conversations with Barack. It was like, I fucked up. I should have did these things. She's not going bullshit. She's not going to listen to those so-called white liberals that's going to tell her, no, we got to do bipartisan. No, we going to pass that shit. I don't give a fuck if they blah, blah, blah. Because you know what's going to happen? If she does that, she ain't got to worry about being reelected in what is it, 2028. She's going to get reelected. Ain't no Republican going to beat her if she passed those 3 things if she become president. If she knocks that shit out in a year, oh, shit. See, what Kamala Harris need to do, she need to say, listen, in my first 100 days, if we get the Senate and the House, and y'all have to go out here and vote, so we can have the House and have the Senate. In my first 100 days, I'm passing the George Floyd Act. I'm making sure I pass the Voting Rights Act of I don't know why I'm going blank on the brother that passed away. Elijah Cummings Act, Civil Rights Act, and the woman's I think it's a woman's right, and they might just pass Roe v. Wade again. They might just make it legal. If she passed all 3 of those things in her first 100 days, if she get the House and the Senate, oh shit. I don't even know why we talking about anybody else running against her after that. She got that shit locked. That's a wrap right there. And she might say she gonna be the president for the next 8 years. That's what I'll put out if I'm her campaign. But we need y'all around the country to vote better senators in there that's gonna help us pass these policies. Because they gotta go through Senate. Be honest with the people. See, people think the president get in there, he can make all these decisions. No. If they get the House and the Senate, they don't give a fuck about what the Democrats, what the Republicans talk about. Fuck them. Mitch McConnell and them ain't got no pull. The Supreme Court, fuck the Supreme Court. And then right after that, you know what, if I'm Kamala Harris, I'm making sure, talk to them. We making sure we hold the Supreme Court accountable. You break we're going to pass a law that when any of you motherfuckers break campaign finances laws, or you doing all that bullshit they doing right now, taking money and shit like that, you're going to have to excuse yourself if you are, if a PAC got you or whatever, you got to get the fuck up out of there. You can't vote on it. You got to pass that type of policy to hold the Supreme Court accountable. It seems like they got way more power than the fucking president. And he the president. Or she or he. We got to be real out here, people. We can't sit out here and keep, we just get Kamala Harris and then shit gonna change. No. We have to get the Senate and the House. We got the Senate barely with Joe Manchin bitch ass and Sinema. They pissed me off. But and we need to get the House back, and it ain't that far off. We can get the House. We're in a couple of seats from the House. So that should be easy for us to do. But to keep in the Senate and get a bigger margin in the Senate, that's the issue. But people gotta be realistic about shit. She ain't gonna be able to do shit without Congress. And her having Democratic Congress in there. That's actually gonna get on code. And if them motherfuckers don't get on code, if I'm Kalama, like I said to Joe Biden when he should have did the Joe Manchin, you ain't the president. You don't speak for all of us. All of us outvote you, but you're gonna use your vote as power. Okay, cool. You're next, and believe it or not, that's what happened to Joe Manchin. That's why he said, "Oh, I'm no longer going to run for my seat. I'm no longer a Democrat," or all that bullshit. He did that because they threatened his ass. They said, "Oh, we want to run somebody against you. You want to do all that fuck shit you did? We running somebody against your bitch ass. You fucking up our agenda." He ain't just see the thing about Joe Manchin. He didn't just fuck up the presidency. He was fucking up other people that was running in their districts in Congress. And he did it on purpose for money. Him and Sinema. But let's move on.
For his very white, very right-wing MAGA fan base of him standing up to the blacks. Joining me now is April Ryan, White House correspondent for The Griot and an MSNBC contributor. April, deep breaths. I watched that today in absolute horror. You were one of the people who spoke out against this invitation. Talk to me about how in the world it happened in the first place.
Well, first of all, the NABJ, an advocacy group for Black journalists, the Black press, extends invitations every election cycle to the presidential candidates. But for this cycle, this special and unique cycle, Donald Trump was invited. But we know the story, and this is where I'm going to put the but in. We know the story. We've seen the movie. We spit the popcorn out and all of that. We know who he is to the Black press, how he has berated us, how his minions have berated us, from himself to Tucker Carlson, who have come after me, Yamiche Alcindor, and you, Joy. And so many others, like Sonny Hostin from The View, Donna Brazil, Abby Phillips, so many, Don Lemon. And understanding this, and you're an advocacy group for the press, why would you invite someone that in 2018 you said you were appalled at his actions and used our pictures to say that so you're not appalled?
First of all, I'm telling you why. Let me tell you why, my sister April Ryan. I love April Ryan. She's from the city. Shout out to my sister. Right? That's big sis right there. Right? Listen. I tell you why. Because a lot of times what we have had through the years, and it's been good conservative Black folks that are very like Republican and very conservative, right? Been good people. But the party has been taken over by full-blooded racists at this point. So those Black people that are conservative, they are in like a weird situation of like, damn, I'm a conservative. They got some of my values, but this racism shit, they confused. It's like it's like almost like being a biracial person, right? Like, you know, you Black, right? But I'm conservative over here. Like, I don't believe in all that shit over there at the left, but this side is being so fucking racist that but I'm Black. And so I'm Black, but it's racist shit going on. I'm Black, but it's racism going over here, but I believe it. Like, they're confused. So they tried to play the game of like, we're not going to discriminate. We're going to show that we're not going to discriminate. And some people on the left does this shit all the time, and it pisses me off. When somebody tells you who they are, that's who they are. You don't give them a platform on your platform and to be racist. Sorry. unless you're clout chasing. So that could be part of why they did what they did. The other part is I believe that it was a lot of black Republicans that's a part of that organization and was pushing for it. And they always have done it. But this is different now. You have a party that is racist. So they shouldn't have a platform. If you're going to be racist, you can't be a part of my platform. And people say, well, that's the freedom of speech. Well, I got the freedom. It's my organization. I don't allow racists. That's my freedom to do that. You can call it divisive. You can call it whatever. But I ain't the one being racist. I just don't tolerate hate. But that's what happened, my sister. That's all that would happen. That's why Trump was even there. Believe it or not. Let's move on.
What was this for? Was this for showing clout? Was this really for journalism's sake? Or was this just to pop your collar, I can get a presidential candidate? This was, it was insulting. My chest hurt the whole time. It was a shock.
And they was offended that Kamala Harris, because whatever how they set it up, Kamala Harris couldn't come. She had a rally. She had a Georgia rally. Then she had a rally. What she had in Texas yesterday, because she's in Texas. She had a rally in Texas, and then she got to go to God rest his soul, Representative Lee funeral. Our elder. You journalists, motherfuckers, our black journalists, people, y'all can't understand that. Regardless of what, if you right or left, a sister just died. Her funeral. She was very close to Representative of Lee. Y'all got mad because she was like, nah, I can't make that because I got to go to this funeral. It wasn't like they said, oh, we'll pay for you to get a red eye, a private plane. Just come here for a couple of hours and then boom. But she already had a rally set up. She had things already in place already. She didn't know fully if she was going to be the nominee too. So a lot of this shit was set up for Biden. Biden was supposed to go to this event. Not her. So they was already on some bullshit there. And let me just say this about some of our people. Some of y'all be on some bullshit. Y'all on bullshit. This is what I like. I try not to be so harsh on some of our black folks because, you know, they had worked hard to get to some of their positions. But when they get to certain positions, I don't give a fuck. You still black. Act like it. It was some crazy shit, right? Like, people, like, motherfucker, I remember one of the black dudes that I used to work with, and I'm sorry, not black dude, a black sister told me one time. She told me, she said, you got this weird ass connection with people, right? Like, not in a bad way, but she was like, you got this weird ass connection. She was like, I know certain black folks that can't communicate with white people in a way, right? Or connect with other cultures, right? But you can. And she was like, it's just weird that you can do that. And they love you. They like you. I was like, they don't really like me. The thing is that I don't kiss their ass. I don't give a fuck if you're a woman or a man. Like I don't kiss people ass. That's just not my thing. But I do have this weird ass connection with white people. Like good white folks. Like I actually communicate with white people in a different way. Like I be myself, but I speak their language. Right? And it's hard to explain it in a way, but I speak their language. So I get along with white people in a way, right? With my people, I get along with my people too. Right? Getting along with my people is easy for me. Getting along with white people is hard, actually. Because a lot of white people ain't all the same either. Right? They're not all the same. So their backgrounds could be different from another white person. Right? Like you could have like a person that grew up in the country. They're very different than a white person that grew up in the city. More white people that grow up in the city is more bougie. So, believe it or not, white people that grow up in the city is a little bit more of a turnoff for me than somebody white that grow up in the South. Because the South is, to me, is more like my kind of speed in a way of like how black people in the community is. You get what I mean? We be grinding, right? So I can connect to a white person that's kind of like from the South, right? Then a bougie ass California white person, believe it or not. But I know I can speak their language too. I can get along with them. But I prefer to hang around some country ass white people. Because you probably can connect with them more. And I'm talking about the good ones. I ain't talking about the bad country ass white folks. But yeah, it's a weird connection you can have. You can't just be in a situation and make it and think that everything's going like you made it. So now you gotta pretend that you're better than your people. You should never ever think that you're better than anybody, or even definitely not better than your own people because you made it. I don't have the same struggles as a lot of my people have. Even my own family members. But nigga, I don't be acting like I'm better than them. You know where my mind goes? How can I help them? So they ain't got to be stressing out telling me about all this shit they going through. You get what I mean? Like that's my reaction. But it's some black people, they get in positions and they make it and they just look down. Man, you could have did the same shit I did. Everybody know they couldn't. Everybody can't do what you do, because if that was the case, then they would be doing it. Everybody may not have your will. Everybody may not have your hustle, your relentlessness, or how you move. The only reason I'm different from a lot of people in my family, right? Because I look at my family, right? Even the ones that made it a little bit, right? The difference between me and them is because I don't forget where the fuck I come from. I have a way different purpose than they have. They have a purpose to survive. I don't have that. I already lived that life of trying to survive. Like when I was in the streets, I tried to live to survive. Right? So I don't have that now. So my purpose is different from them. Right? Like I do what I do. I don't live to survive. I live to help. I live to do better. I live to help my people. I'm living to survive. I'm not scared to die. Like my shit I ain't scared to lose. Already lost. Already lost shit. What the fuck am I scared to lose? Do anybody like to be broke? Hell no. But hey, it is what it is with me. I ain't never had shit, so now I got a little something? That supposed to make me feel like I'm better than somebody else? Fuck no. Now, I won't put myself in situations where people can fuck up my shit. That's one thing I won't do. But I ain't scared to be around my people to help them. But then when I hang around people that I made it and they don't got, I never throw what I got in their face. My motherfucking family, some of my family was like, that nigga's still crazy. I'm still who I was. I didn't change. I just make better decisions now. I don't get as angry about shit that I can't control. But I still smack the shit out of nigga. I don't play fucking games with people. And I'm more wiser, I'm more older. So a lot of shit that used to bother me when I was younger, that shit don't bother me anymore. So people gotta really realize that when you, like certain black people, when you make it, don't act like you better. And don't act like you less than. That's just, you gotta have a balance with that shit. It's just weird that I see a lot of our black people do that type of shit. But anyway, let's move on.
It was a shock and awe moment. I'm still trying to deal with it because the way he went after Rachel, I'm very concerned.
Yeah. I mean, the reality is Rachel Scott, God bless her, she's the only one on that panel who even tried to push back. She did attempt to fact check him, but there was not a lot of fact checking in real time.
Yeah, because I looked at you, the sister that was in the middle, she almost was trying to play neutral. Well, I'm asking some tough questions in there, but then I'm going to back off. It was almost like she was afraid. But anyway, but yeah, I seen that shit too. The sister that was in the blue, that was the first journalist sister. She was asking tough questions. And Trump got thrown off from that because he thought that he was just gonna go there and they was gonna give him softball questions because of the last chick from Fox News. And you notice they put her ass at the end because you would think they would put her in the middle, but they put her ass at the end because she's irrelevant. She's already kissing Donald Trump ass. She probably was one of the real people that was probably pushing for Donald Trump to be there. To give him a platform to be racist. But anyway, let's move on.
Other than her, the other two panelists seem to be sort of just trying to help him have a good time and make him feel comfortable. The other piece of it, April, is the idea of this guy at 78 years old, and nearly 80 years old, still not understanding that in America, if you are black plus anything else, you are black. That is not a rule black people created. It is a rule that Thomas Jefferson and other white founders created because they believe that even having one drop of black blood made you black. So
No, time out. Joy. It's almost like we giving Trump credit, right? Or giving him an excuse. Well, at 78 years old, he don't understand that. He does. Like, give Trump credit. They try not to give him credit. Give him credit. He does know. He just doesn't care like you think he does. He doesn't give a fuck. Let me explain what I mean. I'm 43 years old, right? Thank God I had my last birthday. Appreciate it. I ain't get to celebrate it the way I wanted to because I fucked my ankle up. But God blessed me to be. It probably was all reason I sprung my ankle and I shouldn't have did the shit that I wanted to do. Maybe that's so. Right? Could always look at the higher power of he sends messages in the ways that hopefully I understand later. In the moment, I may not understand it, but I understand it later. I noticed as I got older, and number one, I understood probably a while ago, but it makes more sense to me even more now. I don't care about, I try not to put so much energy of caring about shit that I can't control, right? So sometimes I can forget when I'm angry about shit, that's bad energy, right? Or I feel angry about people, right? That probably did me wrong, right? But I always have a certain part, a list of shit that if people cross certain lines with me, it doesn't matter what it is, right? So I have that part of the list. Then I have some shit that's like, and then I got some shit that ain't that big of a deal, right? But me personally, I take all of that shit personally, right? That's just who I am as a person. So as I got older, I started to realize that I have to separate shit of my feelings, of how light I should take shit, how in it's a tricky situation, or yeah, nigga, it's like that, right? But I know as I got older, I'm who the fuck I am, right? I like who I am. Can I be better? Yes. Do I try to strive to be better as a person? Yes, of course you're supposed to. But I'm who the fuck I am to my core. And if motherfuckers can't accept me or like me, I don't give a fuck. Right? Like, a part of me, really, like 80% of me don't really care. 20% probably do. Right? But 80% of me, I really don't give a fuck. I'm going to be me. If I don't be me, it feel like I can't breathe. Right? So somebody like Trump, he's 78 years old. He doesn't give a fuck. He who the fuck he is. It don't matter how many. It don't matter what the situation is, how you got to be. Hey, watch how you be sensitive to that. You know what I mean? Don't do that. Right? It's already built in him. He's already who he is. At 78 years old, you think he's going to change? No. No. When my grandmother, prime example, when my grandmother had an issue with my cousin that's a transgender now, right? And she was, you know, she gay, but when we knew she just was, she just a lesbian, right? My grandmother really genuinely had a problem with that shit. I think at that time, my grandmother was probably about, trying to look at the age. I'm 40. My grandmother at least had to be in her 60s. Or something, right? And so, because my grandma was like 80 something now. My grandma was 88. So my grandma was in her 60s. And she been religious for a long, long time. You know what I mean? And so, that's even hard to try to change somebody at 60 something years old that been religious for at least 20, 30 years. Right? But my grandmother came around. It took her a minute. She didn't, nigga. My grandma was like in her mid 60s and shit. Like my grandmother wasn't really with that gay shit. She didn't gay people. She didn't hate gay people or no shit like that. She just didn't accept that shit. She was very skeptical. She would say little bigoted shit. No lie to you. Yeah, you know she liked them girls. It's like shit. Like, yo, my grandma was listen, my sense of humor, no lie to you, comes from my dad and my grandma. They sense of humor is crazy. Like they say some real funny shit. And my uncle's funny as shit too. Like the motherfuckers that got like real crazy sense of humor and funny on my dad's side of the family is me, my dad, my uncle, because my uncle is older than my dad. My uncle and my grandma. Our sense of humor is crazy, bro. We got like a dark sense of humor, right? We'll take pain and make fun of it. It's like a comic would do, but we take dark shit and make fun of it. That's just how we are. Our minds are like that, but it's just weird. I told you one time my grandmother said some real funny shit. We had went to my dad, ex-girlfriend, her funeral. She had passed away from brain cancer, and we went to Syracuse, New York for her funeral. And we wound up going out there, and we went to like a casino, and my aunts and shit like that, like two of my aunts, a couple of motherfuckers, they was in wheelchairs, right? Like they was like in them little motor scooter shits. And my grandmother at that time, she was about what, 70? No, she was about 80. Yeah, because this wasn't that long ago. She was about 80 something. And my grandma said, funny shit was hilarious. She said, look at him. She said, look at him, Kay. Look at him. Look at him. All broken down. She said, I'm 80-something years old and I'm still walking, but these she didn't say motherfuckers, I'm paraphrasing. She said, look at these motherfuckers. They walking around in scooters. They riding around in scooters and shit. Yeah. Grandma had me dying laughing. They got, yo, but that's dark humor to us. And mind you, one of my aunts, she wasn't right. She got diabetes and shit like that, and she got hurt on the jaw, fucked her back up. So she been fucked up since the 80s, right? She my second oldest aunt. But then my oldest aunt had a stroke, right? And then I think if I'm mistaken, my uncle had a stroke too. No, did he? Yeah, but he was broke down and shit like that. So she was looking at these motherfuckers. And so, this was recently shit that happened to him, like medically, right? But it's dark humor. Like, she made fun of this. She said, look. So I said, Greg, you wild shit. And the crazy part about it, I thought about it, but I didn't say it. But my grandma said that shit. I was like, okay, that shit is funny. And then coming from somebody that is 80-something years old, that shit is hilarious, bro. But yeah, like, it took my grandma a minute to get over, not get over, but accept that my cousin was gay. And this is before she started transitioning over and shit. This is when she was like teenager, she was gay. And I'm like, yo, my grandma was, but family was trying to put her on and shit like that. And she wound up getting over it. And she good with it now, but I don't think she 100% good with it. She just look at it as just my family, And we just told her that you ain't gotta like it. It's just, we can't discriminate against her. Like, and that's what we're trying to tell her. She don't do it. I don't think she fully, genuinely in her heart, all the way, accept all of it, right? But she accept that this is her grandkid. And that's all you can ask from people and show the proper respect and let them feel welcome. That's it. You ain't got to agree with everything. You know what I mean? Now, I don't know how my grandma may feel about this guy. I never asked her, but if my cousin got married to a girlfriend or whatever, I don't know if my grandma was going to go to that funeral. Go to that wedding. I don't know that. So I would have to ask her, but I probably think she would. At this point, I think she accepted all that shit. And it's still love. My grandma didn't ever not love her, but she just wasn't okay with that shit. You know what I mean? My grandma still took care of my cousin. You know my grandma. That was one thing about my grandma. She knew I was doing bad in them streets, and she still would come bail me out, get me out of juvie, all that shit. Wake up in the middle of the night, come get me. You know what I mean? My aunt said, leave his ass in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, but my grandma always came. Always. So, like I said, she just, like, always tell people, one of my main idols in my life is my grandma. I look up to her. I love her. Like, that's the person I look up to be. That's who I want to be at the end of the day. Like, I want to get that old, have a bunch of family and shit around me, showing the proper respect. You know what I mean? Because it's levels to this shit. Nobody disrespect my grandma, nigga. Listen. Nigga, disrespect my grandma, you get fucked up. I'm telling you that now. You know what I mean? So, it is what it is. My grandma respected. And that's what I love about it. You know what I mean? And she put the work in. She made sure she took care of every generation of this family. Every generation, even now. She don't do it as much as she used to, but she took care of every generation. So, it is what it is. Let's move on.
The rules of the people he reveres. Anybody who's partially black, whether it's Bob Marley, Barack Obama, or Kamala Harris, is black, and she's always identified as black. How does he not know that?
Always. I hate to say it, but the ignorance of his understanding of culture, of race.
No. Listen, she said something out of that was like he don't care about of a culture or race. Listen, it's not that he's ignorant. And listen, could he be? Of course, he's ignorant because he's a racist. But is we just gonna really like give him a pass? Like kind of give him a pass for saying that? Like no, like dude, he's not ignorant. Just ignorant. It's he really have disdain in his heart for people that don't look like him. He surrounds himself with people like that. Okay? It was like when his nephew came out and said that, oh, do I think he a racist? But he said he surrounds himself with racist people. Listen, people, think about this, right? I don't gang bang. I ain't part of the street shit no more. So I don't hang around street niggas. No disrespect to them, but it's nigga. I don't hang around motherfuckers that do that shit. It's a reason for it. Because morally I know that shit ain't right. Cause I understand it, or understand why they the way they are, or why they doing what they doing, or cause I come from it. It doesn't mean I'm a grown ass man. I know that I shouldn't be around that shit. I don't want my family around that. I don't want them niggas think it's okay to hang around me. Okay? Now, if I was doing that, I was hanging around a bunch of street niggas, you'd be like, oh, this nigga Kenny okay with street shit. You would assume that about me. Niggas, he okay with gangster shit. Right? So, it's no different than Trump. Even if you don't think Trump is a full-blooded racist. Do I think he's a full-blooded racist? No. But he's damn sure a bigot. He's damn sure a racist. Is he a full Ku Klux Klan member? No. But he's damn sure a racist. Okay? He surrounds himself with racists. He invites racism. I don't understand why it's so complicated for people to understand that. You don't hang around people if you're not like that. Okay? Especially in a bad way. Like, I know religious people. I talk to religious people. I hang around religious people. Not like that, but but that's a good thing. Right? But I don't hang around with bigots and homophobes and sexists and gangsters and racists. Why would I do that? I don't want to be associated with that. I'm uncomfortable around that. So if you surround yourself with shit like that and surround yourself with people like that, right? That means that you're okay. You're comfortable of hanging around racists. Listen, I got love for a lot of my brothers and sisters in the street. I want them to do better. I know why they doing a lot of that shit in the streets. I get it. But nigga, it is no way impossible that you niggas can hang around me. Ever. I will never condone what you do. Ever. Sorry. May hurt some niggas' feelings, but it is what it is. Because I don't condone what you do. I'm uncomfortable of being around you niggas. Because you're doing harm. You're hurting our people. You're hurting yourselves. So I'm uncomfortable. I don't hang around shit that I'm uncomfortable about. So Trump is surrounding himself with racists and bigots. He's comfortable around that shit. You don't have shit. People, you don't put people around you that makes you uncomfortable. Sorry. You don't associate yourself with people that you're uncomfortable with. Anyway. Shit is just ridiculous. Shout out to my brother Bell in the building. What up, brother Bell? I said shout out to your grandma, man. Yeah, listen, shout out to my grands, man. My grand, that's my motherfucking idol. That man on the wall right here is my idol too, but my grandmother is my first idol. That's the first person I ever looked up to. So, it is what it is. My grandma told me, stay away from this shit. Once you leave, don't you come back. So I was like, hey, Greg, come on now. Gotta come back. No, not in the way of how you thinking. That's what she told me. And I still had that street mentality in my mind. So that's what she was talking about. I didn't get it right away because I'm young and stupid as shit. Right? But I get it now. You don't come back here unless you're doing something positive. That's why, like, when motherfuckers see me when I come around, they be like, oh, you came. Nigga, I remember my grandma told me, don't you bring your ass back around here. I was mad at her for years, like, what, you don't want me coming around? No, nigga, you listen. My grandma told me out of everybody of the family, she thought I would be dead. Because how crazy she think I am. Like, well, I ain't gonna say crazy, but a loose cannon. I was a fucking loose cannon. I hung around real gangsters. She knew that. I hung around killers. She knew that. She know my upbringing. She know what the fuck I've been through in my life. She probably out of... Listen, I love my wife. My wife don't really know that real fucked up side of me. Really genuinely like that. Well, even when she met me, she wasn't around me that led up to who I wind up becoming or who she met. She don't know that. My grandmother does. My own daddy don't know that. My own mama don't know that, but my grandma does. None of my aunts and uncles, they've been around for certain shit, but they don't know what my grandma know. She knows some shit that, listen, there's only probably one person on this earth, maybe two, that know exactly what I did when I was out there in them streets. And I can say this. They both still alive, but they older than me. They know exactly what I did in them streets. That's living on this earth. It's only two. My wife is not one of them. So, my grandma was always going to be my number one, like, my number one idol. I want to be like her. Like, I want to live as long and respected as the way she been living and take care of your fucking family. She did that. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her. Partly, I wouldn't be here. So, my grandma saved my life, bailed me out, got me out of juvie, a lot of shit, man. I was wild, man. My aunts and them, lock his ass, leave his ass in there. God rest my aunt soul, my Aunt Willette. My Aunt Willette a couple of times came and got me out of juvie. I was out there like that. And she's probably the third person that know how I was in them streets. And she not here. I said the two people that's living. But she's probably the third person that know exactly what I was doing in them streets like that. And it ain't nothing to glorify people. That shit, I was a bad person. You know what I mean? Horrible individual. Did shit, fuck my community. I just look at it how I hurt my community. I don't even look at that shit no more of how fucked up mentally the streets fucked me up. I look at it, I hurt my people. You know what I mean? I did a lot of fuck shit in the streets. Innocent people got hurt. Innocent people died. Not saying I killed innocent people, but I'm just saying a lot of innocent people died off of my behavior. I'm just being honest about that. Let's move on.
I want to understand. As you said, one drop 1/10 of black blood, you're black. Kamala Harris is even identified on Capitol Hill. And this is what I don't understand. He said 1 minute you turn around and she's black. You can't just turn around and make somebody black.
She was in the Congressional Black Caucus.
That part. Yes, and she went willingly to be a member of the Congressional Black Caucus before she became the vice presidential candidate and before she became vice president of the United States. I don't think Donald Trump really takes the time to understand the black community or what blackness really is, because what he understands is C's on those housing applications that black people applied for, and instead of giving them housing, he put C's for colored so they wouldn't get that. He also sees black people as those 5 young men who are now grown men. One is a city councilman for the city of Harlem, the Central Park Five. He sees us differently. He does not see us as human beings. But the way he came out at Rachel right off the bat, he had no respect for her. But Harris Faulkner, he did, because she was there to cushion the moment for him to be with the black journalists.
Yeah.
So basically, my sister, Abel Ryan, was basically being polite. The sister that she talking about, that's from, she ain't no sister, but the black woman that from Fox News that was on that panel, she was only there to do softball questions. Okay? She was only there to make Trump feel comfortable because she's a house nigga. And Trump knew that. So that's why, in a way, Trump probably thought that he go there, this shit gonna be one of them Fox News softball type of shit. They gonna give me softball questions. They just gonna let me spill and say whatever the fuck I wanna say. I can offend people, and y'all ain't gonna say nothing back. I'm telling you. It's not as complicated as you think about Trump. Trump is not very complicated. He's not that intelligent like people think. He's not that strategic in that way. He thought that, hey, I go here, it's going to get me some black votes. People going to see I'm down with black people. I'm even going to Chicago. And then I'm at a black I'm at a black organization. Oh shit, I'm getting ready to get me some more black votes. And they putting one of my house niggas on from Fox News. She a part of that too? Oh shit, I'm good. Even his team probably thought it. I always tell y'all, anytime Trump start being disrespectful, that means, like, especially especially with them journalists, he didn't expect those questions. So he automatically turns into a sexist or racist or bigot. That's just his natural reaction to when he feels that he's under pressure. He didn't expect that. What happened to him there? He thought that he was just gonna go there and he was gonna get softball quiet. He thought that how it was in Detroit when that punk ass black pastor that the organization don't want him there. He decided to let Trump come there and do some bullshit rally, and there was a whole bunch of fucking white people there with Trump shit on, merchandise, right? And that's what Trump thought he was going to get. Trump really thinks that we stupid. Trump really thinks that we don't, because some black people tell him he's not racist and they defend and say that he's not racist. He really think that the rest of us think that he's not racist. He really genuinely thinks that. Because these house niggas keep telling everybody, telling him, I don't think you're a racist, and I'm going to tell the world that you ain't a racist. Okay. Listen, just because those black niggas allow you to be racist doesn't mean that a lot of other black people will allow you to do that. But anyway, let's move on.
Yeah.
So it's a lot.
Yeah. And lastly, Vice President Harris, there was some controversy about NABJ not wanting to allow her to appeal virtually. Apparently that is now changing because of all the outcry. But imagine saying that the Vice President of the United States needs to show up rather than go to the funeral of a very important member of Congress.
Yeah, that shit is bullshit. That's what I said. It was almost like they was being biased anyway. But that's black people for you. That's some of our black folks. I told you. Listen. And I don't like to say this, but I gotta speak the truth. Some of our black people that think they made it, they think they better than the rest of us. And they kiss ass to white supremacy, and that shit is annoying at this point. And I'm saying to all you coon ass niggas, or some of you motherfuckers that think you better than other black people because you made it, man, we don't fucking need you, bro. You ain't shit without us anyway. So we don't give a fuck. Go over there and serve white supremacy for all the fuck I care. We don't fucking need you. You only somebody because off of the back of our people. You made it because of us. You still use us to plateau yourself. And then you make it and then you look down? Man, please. First of all, Kamala Harris doesn't owe you niggas shit. You know why? Because you just proved it with Donald Trump. You allowed this racist piece of shit to come in y'all organizations to offend our people. To offend y'all. And y'all was okay and you knew that's what he was going to do. He couldn't help himself. But you mad at Kamala Harris because she got something that's scheduled, a funeral for one of our black leaders that passed away, and you wouldn't let her go virtually? Wow. Yeah, all right. Some of them niggas are self-hating Negroes. That's what they are. How you gonna get offended? Well, come on. She ain't gonna come to a black event. She didn't ever say she wasn't gonna come. She just said, listen, I got a rally, right? Then you understand, she just recently, basically, she ain't even is the nominee exactly yet, but she basically is in a couple of weeks. So she's running to build her campaign up. So she had other obligations, right? And she wasn't even supposed to go to that event at that black organization for journalists. Biden was. So it wasn't on her schedule. Then number three, Representative Lee funeral. That, to me, because I know we live in a time now where people don't respect the dead. And it's starting to show, not just with the young folks, some of you old motherfuckers. You don't respect the dead. It's a funeral. This woman is an icon. You may not like all her policies, everything she did, but she's a fucking icon in the political world. What the fuck is wrong with you? And she's a sister. She gonna show her respect. She was close to her. Fuck is wrong with you? But you're, oh, she didn't want to come. She didn't say that she didn't want to come, you mother. Anyway, let's move on, man. Let's move on. It's unbelievable of some of our black people. We are our worst enemy. We are our worst fucking enemy. You ain't get insulted when Trump told you motherfuckers, I had to sit around and wait for y'all to get y'all equipment ready for 30 minutes. Supposed to do this 30 minutes ago. You weren't offended by that? You think Kamala Harris would have said that? And she was getting tough questions? Oh, I had to sit around and wait for y'all equipment. Now y'all gonna be nasty to me? She wouldn't have said no shit like that. But anyway, let's move on, man. You let that white man come in there and disrespect our people, disrespect y'all, but you mad at Kamala Harris. The fuck out of here. You motherfuckers better get your motherfucking priorities together. Some of my black folks, get y'all shit together. Because y'all fucking up. You're so off cold. This shit is just, at this point, it's embarrassing. You embarrass us. As a fucking whole. Let's move on, man.
Who was essentially the auntie of the Juneteenth holiday and not accommodating her. I think that's the other piece that was troubling.
Short-sighted. It's very short-sighted. And this woman is potential. Well, she is to be, in a few weeks, the first woman to be black woman to be a Democratic nominee. And they forced her to come in person when she said, my schedule is tight. Within the last 9 or so days, she's now running for president, and they couldn't even accommodate.
Let me just say this. I'm going to say this once again. She wasn't even invited. They sprung this shit on her when they found that she was most likely going to be the nominee. President Biden was supposed to go. Not her. Not her. God damn, yo, what we doing out here, bro? Listen, this is black people doing this shit. The black people, yo, this is what's so annoying about it. God damn. You know what the crazy shit about somehow black people? You motherfuckers act like we all supposed to be on the same page with everything. But it's when we supposed to be on the same page with shit, you motherfuckers don't get on code. Listen, I'm going to say it again. To all the black folks out there, get your ass on code. This is not the time to keep talking about policies right now. People like, Kenny, what'd you say? It's not the time for that shit. We got a fucking racist running for president. He got a whole clan. He got the Ku Klux Klan with him. We got a sister. Our background ain't the greatest. We all won't all agree with it. It's a sister. Get your ass on code, niggas. Get your ass on code. This ain't the time for y'all bullshit. Get on code. Listen, I'm going to tell you something. If Kamala Harris don't win, it's because of some of you niggas didn't get on code. And this election comes down to black folks. White women is already on code. They rocking with Kalama. We got a few of the white men. We got them. Got a percentage. Some of the minority. We got all them. We got all them we want. This is about black people. Get your ass on code. This ain't the time for that bullshit. You can sit around, listen to some of these niggas on the YouTube talking about what Kalama. And Judge Joe Brown was out there talking about she ain't black. Fuck Judge Joe Brown. That old piece of wrinkled shit. I don't even know why anybody's still interviewing his old ass. Fuck that nigga. He's just as light as Kamala Harris. How the fuck he gonna talk about she ain't black? Really, nigga? Fuck Judge Joe Brown. I said it. Fuck him. I don't want to hear nothing from these old, out-of-touch Negroes. I don't want to hear shit. You're out of touch. Nobody gives a fuck about what you're talking about no more. You niggas that sold us out. You don't even know. Like, for you to be old like that, Judge Joe Brown, your old ass should get on code. Taneeb Lashib, Dr. Umar, get the fuck on code. I'm sick of some of you niggas. You talk about getting on code, get your ass on code. The problem is, these niggas think they're smarter than everybody. Because you got a little intelligence, you can read very well, you got all this education. You ain't smarter than everybody, bro. And I got love for those brothers. But come on, man. Come on. The shit ain't the time for that. And you can't come over here and say, oh, Kenny is a leftist. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. So don't come over here with that dumb shit. Shout out to 18 in the building. He said, right. I don't know what we're talking about, but it's probably talking about something I said. Shout out my brother Troy in the building. What up, brother? He said, real. Shout out to Power in the building. She needs. Man, listen. You might be trying to be funny, but that shit, listen. And she ain't got to do none of that shit. As if I'm not mistaken, I don't believe that Vice President Harris, her daddy or her mom is dead. I don't know for sure. I got to look that up. Or y'all tell me in the chat, look that up. But yeah, I don't believe her parents have passed away or nothing. I could be wrong about that. Man, you can find out who her fucking father is. I looked at her father. Her father is black. He's fucking Jamaican. I ain't got to be fucking sitting here questioning her birth certificate. I'm not doing that shit. That falls in the hands of racists. We got to prove who we are. Fuck out of here. I'm not doing that. You see me as a nigga anyway, so why I gotta prove that I'm a special nigga to you? Fuck out here. That's how I look at that shit. She don't got to do that. Kalama Harris, if you really look at her, she only could be, if you just look at her, you could probably look at her and say, yeah, she black, or she Muslim. Honestly. The Indian part, I guess you can say that, but you can look at her as one, you can look at her as Indian, but I see black. I don't see nothing else. I think if she didn't straighten her hair, her motherfucking hair be nappy as shit. Let's be real. We sitting out here debating if she black or not. She got to show birth certificates. I don't believe she got to do that. All she really got to do is stop straightening her hair, and you'll see how much of a nigga she is. She got that Candace Owens perm. Just being real, man. I be trying to tell people, man. As black people, we got it. Listen. We got to gatekeep on our culture. Of course, we got to do that because people are trying to take advantage of our shit. But we can't allow people outside of our community to gatekeep or who the fuck we say is black or who they think is black. You don't get to do that. Fuck out of here. You ain't even black and you trying to question somebody else's blackness. Fuck out of here. This white, pale ass motherfucker, he get tans all the time. Because if he don't get tans, his ass probably peel away. Oh, orange piece of shit. That you questioning somebody's blackness. Okay. Shout out to my brother Weezy, right? Shout out to Big Bro. He said to me, shout out to my man Cali. I love him. He Indian brother as well. Right? But he don't identify as black. Right? But I keep telling the nigga, Indians is most likely, they got black, and not most likely, they got black in them. Right? But he called Candace Owens a black bitch. I didn't see nothing wrong with it. And part of me still don't, because she don't represent us. Right? And we don't fuck with her like that. So we know she black, but do she really represent our people? No. So when you don't do that and you anti-black and you black, I don't give a fuck that she's black, that's how I look at it. But on the other side, I understood what Weezy was saying. We shouldn't allow people that ain't black to be, or not identify as black, to call other black people, regardless if we disagree with them or not, and we got our issues with them, they should be calling them bitches. And I get that. And they're not even calling them bitches. He said a black bitch. So I can see how that is. Right? So my brother Weezy is right about that. But the other part is a part of me, because I'm genuinely who I am, and I stand on business, but I always try to understand the other side sometimes, right? So, but I understand my brother Weezy, and he's right. But the other part of me, I really don't give a fuck. But I give a fuck because he gives a fuck, and I understand what he's saying. But me personally, I don't really care. I don't give a fuck who disrespects Candace Owens. They can be racist to her. I wouldn't care. I wouldn't defend her. I wouldn't say, oh, they was being racist to Candace Owens. I probably laugh. Got somebody come out white on the right, call her a nigga. I laugh. See, you gotta understand. Yeah, this shit is about race and shit like that. But the other part is, you have to have respect for people, right? She doesn't have respect for our people, so I don't have any respect for her. I don't give a fuck if she black or not. So if racist people or people want to call her a certain name or something like that, maybe you may not like it in your presence. I get that. You check it. I'm good with that. That's why I said I agree with my brother Weezy. But if it's me, I really don't give a fuck. Really don't care. So it's almost like I get caught in the middle with my brother Cali and my brother Weezy, because a part of me don't really care. A white man could call her a nigga and I wouldn't care. I just wouldn't. She doesn't represent our people. She's anti-black. She don't care. She goes against everything that we stand for. What the fuck I give a fuck about her for? Because she black? That don't mean shit. Not to me. Why would I give a fuck about her when she don't give a fuck about us? I don't understand that. But my brother Weezy, I understand his point. I get it. Now, do I think my brother Cali is a racist or some shit like that? Did it come off to certain black people like Weezy a little bigoted, or he was out of pocket, he got too comfortable, he got to watch his mouth? Yeah, I can get that. I can see that. But like I said, for me, I don't really give a fuck. Like, a big part of me don't care about Candace Owens and how she get talked about. I don't care. You think I put Kamala Harris, Vice President Harris, I look at her as the same as Candace Owens? Hell no. Fuck no. And not because she's a liberal. It's just because of the simple fact that she shows, regardless if you think it's fake or not, she shows more love to black people than Candace Owens does. She doesn't use her platform to shit on black people like that. She doesn't side with people in a way to totally shit on black people. People want to break it down. Oh, it's the ideology. Well, she on the wrong side of ideology when it comes to Candace Owens. She just is. Now, we may not agree with everything that the Vice President Harris policies are when it comes to shit, when it comes to our black community. We're not the same. We're all not the same. We don't look at the same shit the same, people. And we have to understand that. I'm not here to defend her. I'm just telling you that it is a difference. And we have to get out of this notion, oh, if they don't do exactly what we want them to do, then as black folks, then they ain't black. Like, well, nigga, that's the definition of questioning people's blackness. Honestly, black people don't always agree on every fucking thing. What the fuck are we talking about? And like I said, there's other black people that do shit that I question, but I genuinely feel and know that they got the best interests of black people. But they're just doing it the way that I wouldn't do it. People say, well, what do you think about Candace Owens? She might be doing it. No, she's not. Because she speaks the same racist rhetoric, of the same racist white supremacist rhetoric that the racists say. So it's not the same. And if you don't understand that, then there's something wrong with your psyche. Then maybe, nigga, you are too pro-black, if that makes any sense. The motherfuckers ask me, well, Kenny, you pro-black? No, not pro-black. I'm about my people first. But I have enough intelligence to understand when certain black people ain't for us, and understand, and I know how to separate shit. Because the society in the world is not how you want it to be. I want shit to be a certain type of way in society. It ain't the way it's not the way it is, though. And it's not playing the game. It's understanding what the game is. And know how to move around it. And adapt to it. But still be who the fuck you are. I'm still who the fuck I am. I ain't gotta like every motherfucking thing, but that doesn't mean I don't know the game. I know how the game is played. But I ain't gonna sacrifice my morals for my people or people that ain't my people. I ain't sacrificing my morals. I know what's right and what's wrong. But I understand when people do shit in a different way than I do it. I can't act like I don't understand that. I can't be closed-minded in that way. I don't understand other black people doing certain things that I don't agree with how they're doing it. But I know if I feel like their intentions is good, even though I disagree with how they doing it in a way, I can't be that mad at it. I can't shit on them. I can't call them Uncle Toms and sellouts and shit like that. It just, nigga, they doing it in a different way. They coming from a different path. If everybody thought the way I thought and did everything I did, then nigga, I ain't no different than a Trump, a Trump code or a religious code. There's no difference. People got to be better, bro. Like, people got to understand. And see, the problem is that people don't educate themselves. So they think that, hey, oh, nigga, you got to be on code with this. No, I don't. If that shit don't make no sense, it doesn't make any sense. Because somebody's black, we supposed to just jump on that and ride with it. Or, oh, because this black person ain't do it the way we wanted to do it, we just got to shit on them. No, nigga. That's not how that goes. That is not reality. That is not life. That is some make-believe shit that a lot of black people make up in their mind. Stop that shit. Let's move on. That's why I keep telling you I'm the realest nigga on YouTube, because a lot of black people will not tell you that. They stick to what they on. And they'll ride that shit till the wheels fall off. And think they're morally more superior than others. Nigga, I ain't morally superior to none of y'all. We are all one. We need to get on code to be all one. Regardless, we got different ideas. That's what black culture is. That's what the black community is. Not this shit, oh nigga, you don't do this and you ain't on code. Okay, cool. Half of you motherfuckers don't even know what being on code means. But anyway, let's move on.
Accommodate, and they, in a firestorm, tried to make it fast to get her. So they're going to get her in September, either by video, virtual, or in person. We'll see what happens.
Take it how they can get it. That I'm going to be at NABJ tomorrow, but I don't like to not be willing to say to somebody's.
Oh, let me shout out. What is it? Ejigo if. My bad if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, bro, but I put you on the screen. I ain't good with saying people's names. I ain't even gonna lie to you, bro. A shout out to you. Gatekeepers who is not black. Yeah, well, a lot of black people do that. A lot of black people do shit like that, and that shit is it's like it's annoying at this point. Shout out to my brother Troy again in the building. Is it A Golf? I think that's his name. I don't want to fuck bro name up. But yeah, man. A lot of black people are like that. And then a lot of these is be the same motherfuckers that be talking about we need to be on code. You don't even know what being on code means. You motherfuckers get off of code real quick. Having these motherfuckers back watching the NFL and like, come on, man. We was all with Colin, but then all of a sudden now we ain't with Colin no more. Cause we gotta go back and live our lives. Okay, man. Let's move on.
To somebody's face what I feel. So I'm just letting folk know how I feel about it in advance of my arriving there, because this was deeply problematic and it was a show.
Shout out my brother Troy again. Listen, I'm just gonna call him A. Shout out to A. I don't wanna be fucking niggas' name. I'm bad with names, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I'm bad at pronouncing people's names, so I apologize. But shout out to A.
Yeah, it was a dumpster fire. We'll leave it at that. April Ryan, my friend, my soror. Thank you very much. Yes. Let's now bring in Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey. I mean,
how you doing?
Listen, Senator, you are a friend and former Senate colleague of Vice President Harris. I just want to let you react to the senior citizen's criticism of her today.
Right. Well, listen. This is the playbook. I mean, we are literally sitting here talking about what Donald Trump does regularly, which he says something to deflect and divide. He wants us talking about CRT. He wants us talking about DEI. He wants us talking about whether a black woman is black or not. What he doesn't want us talking about is that he does not have a plan for America, that he wants to double down and put a national abortion ban. Doesn't want us talking about that.
No. Listen, he got plans. The Republican Party got plans, but they can't explain the plan. Anytime you hear the Republicans talk, they tell you how bad the Democrats do. It's politics, right? But that's what they do, right? So they have a plan. They just can't explain the plan, and they don't want to explain the plan because they know that people that's maybe in between, right? I guess you could say people like me, right? They don't want to speak the plan out to people like me because I would know if that shit is trash, right? Because a lot of people that's in between are very aware of what's going on. It's the motherfuckers that take sides, right? Like it's like if you're a liberal, you got this blinder of blindness on, right? Not saying you ignorant and stupid to shit. It's just that you got a blindness on. And it's the same thing with the right. You got a blindness on. So you think everything that you believe in and they speak in that language, you good with it, right? But it's the motherfuckers in between that's like me that understand I don't rock with either one of y'all really like that, right? Tell me the policy. Explain the policies to me. Because I'm intelligent and I'm aware of what's going on. They can't do that over there on the right. Because if they explain that shit to me, or people like me in the middle, we like, what? Man, that shit ain't, oh, whoa. You get what I mean? But that's all that is. It's not that they don't have a plan. They have a plan. The plan is to be a dictatorship. The plan is to give cops immunity. The plan is to give the rich more tax cuts. Their plan is to raise the deficit. The plan is to allow businesses and corporations to do to treat workers badly. Right? Their plan is to isolate Americans from others. That just is what it is. Their plan is to get rid of the so-called what we have as democracy in the country. That's the plan. I know what the plan is. I read the plan. I listen to Republicans. I hear them speak. I don't give a fuck what's in their head. I don't know what's in their head. I don't give a fuck about it. I don't know what's in their heart, and I don't give a fuck what's in their heart. I know what comes out of their mouth. And that's all I can go off of. And what I have heard is the things I just said, that's what their plan is. So this whole notion that we don't know what their plan is, we do know what their plan is. They're not going to explain their plan, because if they explain their plan, it will tune off even some people in their base, because they talk down and stupid to their base. That's why. But for the rest of us, even the left in a way, they should, you know what the plan is. He's not going to speak on his plan. He's just going to tell you how bad the other side is. That's where politics is. The right is bad, the left bad. That's all they doing. But then even if you hear the left, you hear they plan. They break it down. But people don't pay attention to it, because the right keeps saying, all that shit is horrible. They hate America. They groomers and all that other shit. So people get blinded from that shit. And the right is good at doing that. It's no lie to you. But so for people like me that's in the middle, that ain't a part of evil party, I see the game. I'm not saying everything the liberals do is good, but I'm telling you this. It ain't nowhere compared to that fucking party. That party is gone. They have went full-blooded racist. And that's all I need to know. If you break down their policies, all that shit is racist and bigoted and homophobic and sexist. That's all I need to know. People, this election is about character. It's about morals and principles. Who has more morals, principles, and character? That's all that matters. You talking about policies. The policies is what they are. I know the policies from both sides. I don't like all the shit from the left. Definitely don't like shit from the right. But it's about morals, principles, and integrity and character. One side does not have that at all. The other side, you can question some of it, but they're more consistent in some of the things. I'm going to ride with that. That's all this election is about. It ain't about none of that other shit that they trying to promote and push out there. It's not. I told you, I'm the realest nigga on YouTube, and I'm going to give you the real. That's what this is about. It ain't about none of all that other shit. Listen, yes. Race matters, yes, of course. But this is not what this election is about. It ain't even about race. It's about morals and integrity and principles and character. That's all it's about. And like I said, y'all got to pick and choose. Do y'all have those things or you don't? Or are you willing to accept that this person doesn't have that? And you're okay with it because you want to blind yourself with policies. His policies are racist. They are bigot. They're homophobe. They're sexist. The whole Republican Party policies. That's all it's about. Their whole policies is about discriminate against people. That's all it's about. So it is what it is. Not going to keep going back and forwards with people of trying to explain this shit if you don't do research and you don't understand what the fuck is going on. Like, it's up to you. I put this shit is on the voters. This ain't got nothing to do with, partly it got something to do with politics, but it's on us. This is about our morals. This is about our character. This is about our integrity. Because we already know what the politicians are. What about us, the voters? This is about us. Do we got morals, integrity, character, principles? Do we have it or we don't? Your vote will let the world know. Let's go to a quick commercial break, people. We'll be right back. All right, people, we back from quick commercial break. Make sure you guys hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell button so you guys get the live streams when we go live, people. And if you can, donate to the channel. Go to OBF The Real, Cash App, and donate to the channel, people. We highly appreciate anything you guys can donate to the channel. Need more information to subscribe and donate to the channel. It's down there scrolling below the screen, people. Make sure you guys hit the like button when you come in and out of the building. And make sure you guys share the videos, man. It keeps the movement pushing. All right, people. Let's get right back into it because I got another clip out of this too.
That he doesn't want us talking about his tax breaks that gave corporations and the wealthiest in America massive tax breaks while leaving other people holding the bag. These are the things he does regularly. I tell you, I had to look up what CRT was when they started talking about it because I had to answer
So
some
did
questions.
Christopher Rufo. He has no idea and admitted it at a Claremont Institute conference. He has no idea what it is. He made up his own fake meeting to rile up the MAGA base and get people to vote Republican.
But it's not just to rile up the MAGA base. It's to make us circle around talking about and being on the defensive.
And reject it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Putting us in a position where all we have to talk about is these things. When he's dividing Americans, he's giving dog whistles to his side, and he's making us go crazy as if he said Beyonce can't sing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't need to react to what is so obvious.
Yeah.
She can sing. Kamala Harris is black. And yes, Bruce Springsteen's from New Jersey. I mean,
don't get him debating that, please. We don't want to talk. And I think the other piece that you said is very important. He wants us to talk about him. Like Donald Trump, I think the thing that has probably alarmed him the most about the last 3 weeks is the amount of attention, the mind share that Vice President Harris has stolen from him.
Yes.
We have spent so much time now talking about her because you know what? She's really much more interesting. His act is stale and old.
And listen, and that is true. That is exactly true. And and people have to really genuinely understand that. We can't We can't ignore certain shit. We just can't. Now I got a clip here I want to do. And I want to show y'all how this is how people like racist people like Trump and Trump supporters make up excuses for racism. Right? Listen, people, the two things in America that is always true, even in 2024. The two things are true. These are the two things that's always 100%. Everything is political. Well, three things, I'm sorry. One is everything is political. Two is everything's about race. And third, it's always about power. Always. Those three things is always the truth about America. It just is. It doesn't matter what community you from and all that other shit or what race you are. That's what those three things matter in America's society. It was built on it. Okay? So I want you to hear this so-called brother, right? And this is why racist white people think it's okay to say certain shit to black folks. Okay? This is why. Because we have certain black people, don't question that you're black, not questioning if you black. We questioning if you really gives a fuck about people that you look like or look like you. Do you really genuinely care? So let's listen to this sellout ass nigga. And it's going to prove my point about everything I was just saying earlier. It's going to prove my point.
What is Project 2025 and why are so many in the black community afraid of it? Let's talk about it. How's everybody doing? My name is Anthony Brian Logan, and today we got to talk about Project 2025. This has become a boogeyman. It's become a ghost. It's become a very scary thing on social media, and I'm asking the question, why? Why is Project 2025 so feared? I think I know the answer to
You know why it is? The break your little bullshit, the coonery you're doing, is because even Trump is dissing himself. Well, his campaign, trying to distance themselves, trying to bamboozle us, because they are part of Project 25. It's going to come in if Trump get elected, regardless if he's trying to distance himself from it. But even Trump is trying to distance himself from it. It is a reason why. And you know that, and you're a black man, and you really, truly think that this shit is okay to have. But anyway, let's move on.
Answer to the question because of a lot of misinformation on the internet about it. Basically, what this is a framework for leadership for the incoming conservative administration in 2025 after we presume President Biden or Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom is out of the way after they lose. Now, this was not, I repeat, this was not drawn up by Team Trump. This was drawn up by the Heritage Foundation, which is a conservative think tank in Washington, D.C. They've been around since the 1970s. And I think that...
Time out. Two things. One, he said this was around since the 1970s. Do y'all know what was happening in the 1970s? That same think tank started plotting to somehow, some way to take away black people's freedom. You think I'm lying? Google it. But see, they got a token nigga out here not telling the whole truth. Right? So, okay, that's one. Then number two, this is the same organization that is a part of Liberties for Moms, all that shit, the banned books, all that shit in Florida, everything. Oh, some of these red states, that's all them. They are all a part of that. We don't want to talk about Harriet Tubman. It made white kids feel uncomfortable talking about slavery, talking about racism. This is that same organization. This is a racist organization. I don't give a fuck if they got suits and ties on and how much money they got. They've been building this shit from the 70s since the whole God damn it, I don't know why I'm going blank. They've been building this shit since the civil rights era. Right? Like since they passed that but black people ain't segregated. Right? They didn't like that shit. They didn't like that black people couldn't vote. They've been doing this shit since the 70s. Black people ain't fully get really all that shit, voting rights, all that shit into the 70s. But they've been plotting since then. Before then. It started an organization since the 70s? And this shit is in 2024. Okay. All right, man. My brother. Well, you ain't my brother, but listen here. You Negro. You are lost. For you to the so-called, and I believe you're a very intelligent black person. You are intentionally trying to mislead our people. In America as well. You are intentionally trying to do that. Let's move on.
I think that Trump may not even agree with everything that's in here. But when you read the 920-page document, and by the way, spoiler alert, I've not read all 920 pages. I've read a lot of it. I've read a lot of synopses from the left and the right. So I kind of understand what's going on.
No, you don't. You can't know what's going on because you said that you didn't read everything. I be trying to figure out how these niggas get on YouTube and be talking about they spitting knowledge, they giving us facts, and they admitting that they haven't read shit fully. But you're gonna give us your perspective of it. If I don't know some people, I tell you I don't know it. Right? They said, well, Kenny's saying he don't know because he ain't read all of it. Well, so why is he giving an opinion about something he knows nothing about? If I forgot something that I read or something like that, then that's different. But a motherfucker that's sitting here telling us about something that he didn't read fully, how can we take him as he's telling us the truth? But anyway, let's move on.
Knowing, but if you read it, you're probably not going to be alarmed if you believe in conservative ideas. Now, if you're a liberal and you want everything from the government, you want checks, you want government benefits, handouts. If you want that,
listen to me, ignorant Negro. Do you really truly think that all liberals think that way? And I'm not a liberal, but I'm just saying, because I know liberals. They're hard workers. A lot of them are hard workers that I know. They don't want to check. They just want to be treated fairly and respected. And they want to work hard. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? See, your problem with the right is that you assume everybody on that side thinks the same. That's your problem. That's the right's problem. That's why, honestly, that's why the Republicans never win elections. Without cheating, without gerrymandering, without pulling stunts. These are facts. Because they fearmonger and they lie. Or they don't tell the whole truth, which I consider a lie. How are you saying everybody on the left want handouts? How is it that the left created more jobs than the right did? Before the pandemic. How was that? I'll wait. So everybody wanted handouts on the left, huh? So it was only so Joe Biden only created all these jobs and all these people worked at these jobs and they was all Republicans. Is that what you're trying to tell us, nigga? See, your points of view never make any sense because you're not that you're so biased about the side that you riding with and you cooning so much. You goddamn sellout. But I told y'all my point is doing this video, is part of what y'all hearing this audio, is because this is why racist white people feel comfortable of disrespecting us. Because they got these token Negroes like him that downplay people. And they got, we got the nigga saying it. Oh, the nigga, let him go. Yeah. Give him, he want a couple dollars? Give him a couple dollars. Yeah. Oh, you want a little access to us? Okay, give him a little access. That's all it's about. But let's go on. Let's listen to this ignorant nigga.
Want that kind of life, then you probably won't like this the same way you didn't like President Trump or any other conservative president ever, because they have ideas that's against what you want. But here's a question I got to ask before we get into it. How were things for you in 2017, 18, 19 before the C-19 scamdemic in 2020? How were things for you under Trump? If you appreciated,
was no difference. The economy was just building. We're getting back to where it's supposed to kind of be a little bit. Because he's talking about Barack Obama term. It didn't really change under Trump like that. I don't know what they're talking about. I mean, what is he talking about? We're not talking about the rich. We know what the rich they got. Even the same thing under Barack. Same shit. They was fine. They may not like the tax cuts. I mean, may not like that they didn't get tax cuts. But they still was living. They still was shining. The economy was still good. What are you talking about? Are you talking about the rich or are you talking about the poor? Or regular folks? Nothing changed in either administration. Once he got the economy back going. And I'm talking about Barack. What are you talking about, bro? But anyway, let's move on. See, but this is what happened when you sell out your soul. Let's move on.
appreciated life under Trump during those times, then why would you be against this, which seeks to take our country back to a time when it was better? I don't understand. Now, let's get into a couple things here. I think people are really afraid because of misinformation on social media, like this video from TikTok. This is going to be Ayanna Presley. I believe she's a House rep from Massachusetts, part of the squad. So let's hear what she says on it, and I'm going to kind of debunk what she says, maybe in interrupting her. So without further ado, let's go ahead and roll it.
Project 2025 is a far-right manifesto. It is a 1,000-page bucket list of extremist policies that would uproot every government agency and disrupt the lives of every person who calls this country home. The Department of Education would be eliminated, cutting students off from civil rights protections and ending essential Title I funding for K through 12 schools.
Let's pause right here. Now, the Department of Education, this is a big one. People are telling me this. Oh, they're trying to end the Department of Education. Well, I got a question to ask you. I covered a story in Baltimore about a young man at this school called Augusta Fell Savage, if I'm not saying it. This kid had a 1.3 GPA, and he was ranked 60 out of 120 in his class. Basically, you have kids graduating high school in the USA who cannot read. And don't give me the whole thing about these are underfunded schools. These are some of the most funded schools in the entire nation. $15,000.
Actually, it's not, bro. See, you want to talk about, you brought up Baltimore, so I'm going to speak on my city. Because you ain't from here. So I'm going to speak on it. Let me explain something to you. Because I was around teachers. I was around these kids. Let me explain something to you. A lot of these kids are not getting the proper, like, it's almost like this, right? Do you remember, like, back in the day where, like, and I don't know if a lot of people can remember this, but you had teachers, parent conference shit, and they talked to the parents. And they talk to the parents and say, hey, listen, we got to work on this. This got to get done. What that parent conference teacher shit is about is saying, basically the teacher saying, listen, I only can do so much I can do here. Can you help them work on it when you get home, when they get home? A lot of parents that come from our communities can't. And you know why? It's because they're working a lot of the times. They're going through the struggles of the community. It happens. So a lot of our kids are not getting the attention. See, I know this because I talk to teachers. I talk to parents. When I was working in the system, and I started off as a custodian and wound up being the chief of custodian. I'm telling you, had conversations. I talked to sisters and brothers that was principals and teachers and shit like that. White, black, whatever, and was telling me this. So I know this for a fact. In Baltimore City, these parents, and it's not just black children, it's a lot of those children from different race. They're not getting the education that's provided to them because the teachers are, number one, they're underpaid. That's number one. We pay more to police officers than we pay teachers. Bullshit. Because the teachers doesn't bring more harm to the community than the fucking police does. That's number one. So you have that. Then you have teachers that's underpaid, overworked, paying shit out of their pocket. I didn't see this shit in a Baltimore County, which you would consider from the city public schools is better than the motherfucking city. I seen Baltimore County teachers have to come out of their pocket to get the materials to teach their children, to teach their kids in their class. I seen it. So for this nigga to sit here and start talking like he knows, you know shit. You don't know shit. You know a motherfucking thing. You against teachers unions. Have you talked to teachers? Huh, nigga? When they say they're underfunded, they're not lying. Nobody want to believe them. I had two friends of mine that was teachers. They was young, but they was teachers, right? One of them, they wanted to marry each other. Shout out to my peoples. White people. I fuck with them. They my people. One of them was living with a whole bunch of people that graduated from college. They lived together. Right? He couldn't afford to live by himself. He couldn't get that, and it was like a 3-story house, but it was very, very small, right? He couldn't pay that shit by himself. Not pay for his car, electricity, all that shit. He couldn't pay for that. He a teacher. And he spent more of his time at school than he spent time at home. I know this for a fact. Okay? He ain't the only teacher. Plenty more of them. Then I had the one the white female that he married. That's one of my friends. She lived with her parents. She couldn't afford, and her family, well, both of their families had some money, but he couldn't survive without his parents, because his parents might give him a couple of dollars and shit like that, and she as well. These are white people I'm talking about. And they were still going to, like, doing college courses and shit like that in between of what they was doing. So we putting the black teachers and shit aside. We're talking about white teachers that's in a county where more money goes there than the city, and they still was struggling. This motherfucker don't know what he talking about. She live with her family. To my mom and dad, nigga. Nigga, I swear to you, we had a conversation. They talked to me. You know how people get to know you and shit. You talking about your story. These motherfuckers looking at me. And at the time, I'm about 30-something. And they're looking at me like, damn, you went through all that hardship in your life and you good doing what you doing? I had my own business at the time. I was working there. Like, damn, you good? Yeah. I didn't have the upbringing they had, or I didn't go to college. But they did, and I still was living better than them. Still. And it wasn't because they didn't work hard. They didn't have degrees. They didn't get opportunities. When you don't fund shit that you're supposed to fund, you fuck shit up. The education system is fucked up because it's not funded like we would. When the bailouts happened, we spent billions of dollars bailing out banks and corporations. That money, them motherfuckers should have been good. All the money they made off the American people. But we don't put billions and billions of dollars into the education system like we supposed to. We underpay teachers. You ever think about this too, people? Think about it. Like I said, I've been around teachers. I know this shit for a fact. And they got kids of their own. Shit like that. Lives. Some fresh out of college. I done seen it all. Do y'all understand that if it wasn't for certain government they like to say giveaways to teachers, they wouldn't survive. And even with the government shit giveaways, right? They still ain't wealthy like that. I was a fucking custodian and I owned my own house. They didn't. I knew teachers that was been in the game for years and they didn't own their own house. They didn't even own their own cars. They was still paying to pay off their car. I owned my own shit. They didn't. And I wasn't older than them. They've been teachers for years. But this stupid motherfucker want to sit here and try to explain to us about the education system. You ain't really sit down with teachers, man. Honestly. Let's move on.
Per student. But if the parents don't care and the students don't care about education, nobody cares about education. So
first of all, why is that the parents doesn't care about education? You think they don't care? Some parents are trying to put food on the table, nigga. They working 2 or 3 jobs. They working a fucking back-breaking job that really only maybe just giving them enough money to put food on the table. Maybe. And keep the lights on, keep a roof over their head. Do you understand that, or you just an ignorant ass nigga? See, this is what I'm talking about, the Republican Party. They have no humanity. They don't know what a struggle is. It's like when a nigga live in the bubble. You make it and you forget what the struggle was. The struggle don't stop because you made it, nigga. Or you had a different upbringing than others. The struggle is still there. You think that parents don't want to teach their kids? They don't. A lot of them don't have the time because they at work. Working back-breaking jobs that ain't paying them shit. Let me tell you something, people. I would never be here at my house if I had to pay all my bills by myself. And I told my wife, you stay home, you take care, make sure my daughter's good. But I told my wife, I say, I'd rather be a back-breaking nigga to homeschool our daughter. I'd rather do that. But I got lucky. My wife retired and shit like that because she was working, but she retired. She get money to come in every month and shit like that. And I make my money. We put that shit together. Got a little money saved, whatever. We get help from my mother-in-law here and there. I ain't say here and there a lot. Sometimes. So, nigga, this shit ain't easy. Shit ain't even easy to homeschool my daughter. That shit costs money. You know how much money we done spent to homeschool my daughter? Do you know that? I tell you. This is what even before she went to school, but before that, all together, probably close to $100,000. I saw my wife doing it. Cause you gotta get outside shit. You know what I mean, for speech. And she got a disability. So that shit still costs money. She can't, my wife and I just can't do that shit ourselves. We gotta get people that's experienced to handle us with certain shit, with a speech and shit like that. What the fuck? That shit costs money. Motherfuckers like, yeah, that's a lot of goddamn money, man. You rich. No, I'm not, nigga. Shit, my sister was just calling my wife about homeschooling my nephew. My wife was telling her, listen, I'll help you out with that shit, but it's gonna take time, it's gonna take money. This shit ain't easy. This shit costs money. And it's out of pocket money. This money I work for, she work for, she got coming in. We sacrifice some shit like, oh, we ain't getting that shit that much. We gotta get her books. We gotta get these things. The educator. That shit ain't, yo. You have to understand, people. This motherfucker is sitting here talking about how easy it is. It's not. He's downplaying teachers, how easy it should be. It's not. They got lives too, nigga. They got kids and family too. If they spending all their fucking time teaching your kids and they ain't home with their kids, where they kids go? Is they kids getting the attention? No! This is just not a financial thing. It's a moral thing. And this nigga just talking about, listen, I get very upset when people disrespect teachers. I don't give a fuck who you are. You really genuinely don't know what these teachers go through. I believe that they go through more shit than police officers. They ain't got tasers. I done seen teachers get stabbed by pencils by kids that got disabilities. Fuck out of here. And they ain't got no guns, they ain't got no tasers, and they gotta act accordingly. And the crazy shit about it, I seen a teacher get stabbed by a kid with a pencil, and that kid came back in a week. Fuck are we talking about here? This kid shouldn't even have been in this school. He should have been in a school where people can handle that, but he was there. That's what these teachers are going through. They're not funded good. That's all it is. They keep trying to act like, oh, they're not educating the children. How can you educate the children when you're not funded right, when you don't have all the resources? Please stop allowing the right wing to tell you, oh, they should be getting taught. If we do it, they're going to get taught. No, they won't. Let me tell you something. The right wing get in that bitch, they will discipline those kids and abuse those kids because they do not have the intelligence or the awareness of how they should treat these children. These motherfuckers in Texas talking about the beating children, paddling them again. You can't paddle, you can't whip kids with disabilities. Nigga, I stopped whipping my daughter ass when she was about 5, maybe 6. My daughter's 10. Well, she be 10 this year. Well, no, I'm sorry, she's 8. Right now, I probably stopped whipping my daughter ass. Probably younger than that. Because I got her early. About 4. Got her ass early. Spanked that ass early. But otherwise, you can't keep whipping her ass. They kids. Number 1, they kids. Then number 2, she got a disability. You can't whip kids ass that got disabilities. You're not going to whip. You're not going to beat or whip the disability out of a child. That's what they have. What the fuck is he talking about? Shout out to you, my brother. Yeah, they underfunded. And the problem is the people be sitting there and you don't know about something, but you look at it from afar, you be like, yeah, that shit, they shouldn't be doing that. Or why this shit ain't happening? Why they ain't doing better than that? Because you ain't a part of it. It's like a motherfucker that you ain't, like, it's like, if you don't have no connection to the streets and you don't know why you be like, that shit is terrible what they doing that. But if you don't understand why that shit is happening, you can't help to fix it. Oh, I'm going to go in there, I would do this to help it. But you ain't connected to the shit. You don't know what the problem is. You don't know why they're doing what they're doing. It's the same thing with education and a lot of things in life. If you ain't connected, you have no connection to nothing, you know nothing about it. You can look, anybody can look at some shit from afar and say, oh, this shit could be better. Okay. You got to sit down and experience that shit. You can't just look at it from far. Yeah, that shit fucked up over there. We gonna fix that. How you gonna fix it when you don't know what the reason or why? People can tell you exactly what it is, but until you experience it, you know nothing. I sat down. I've been a part. I got friends that is a part of that educational system to this day. Fuck are you talking about? They are underfunded, especially in the city, especially in the black community. They're underfunded. And then he brought up Baltimore. Bitch, you know nothing about Baltimore City. They're underfunded. It was some real shit that one of them Chicago rappers said. He said, man, I watched an interview he did on the podcast. And he said, and he wasn't lying about it. He said, man, that shit follow you. Yeah, it kept us out of trouble, the youth centers. It kept us out of trouble for 3 hours. But at that 3 hours over, life is still going on. Real shit. But this sellout coon ass nigga that made it and think he better than everybody and probably ain't never been connected to that type of lifestyle want to start talking about how shit is fucked up when you don't even live a part of that. Listen, people, I live close to my community. I don't live inside of that shit, but I live close to it. Very, very close. Leave my people. My wife asked me, you sure you want to move and get that dream house you want to do? I say, yeah, but a part of me don't. Because I want to be connected to my people. I don't want to leave them. And I don't feel like I leave them because I feel like if I move and I get that dream house and shit, I'm not going to be able to be close to my people like that. It's not feeling like, oh, I'm down. No, I want to feel the struggle. I don't want to forget. And a lot of black people leave, they leave our communities, and then they forget. Because it's easy to forget. It's easy to forget that shit. Because this shit, where we live, it's hard. The struggle is real. Our people live this shit. Every day, we live this shit. And motherfuckers that leave this shit and go in their little bubble and make it or whatever, go where they go, nigga, you can easily forget. I don't never want to forget. And I don't think I would ever disrespect my people like that or disrespect people that go through hardship, because I wouldn't be here if I didn't go through a lot of that hardship. I wouldn't care about shit the way I care about it if I just grew up a certain type of way where everything was handed to me. But we see niggas that go through some of the hard shit, go through the struggle, and make it out and ran. But a lot of them was scared anyway. They wasn't really about the community anyway. They ran away. Suck ass niggas. We'll be right back, people. Go quick commercial break. All right, people, we're back from quick commercial break. Make sure you guys hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell button so you guys get the live streams when we go live. And if you can donate to the channel, go to OBF, the real Cash App, and donate to the channel. People, we highly appreciate anything you guys can donate to the channel. Need more information to subscribe and donate to the channels down there scrolling below the screen. Make sure you guys hit the like button when you come in and out of the building. And make sure you guys share the videos, man, to keep the movement pushing, man. Listen. I don't think I ever said this, right? But I've been feeling like this for years, right? I would rather live amongst my people, and my community is good. We built our community up. It's safe out, kids and shit like that. I'd rather live inside the city with my peoples. And my house ain't as big, but I'd rather live amongst them than to be in a big house and have all this space and all this other shit and somehow, some way I feel safer or whatever. I wouldn't want to have that. I would want to be amongst my people. Because if I feel safe in my community, I know my people feel safe. That's where my mind is. I can't hate my people. I can't have this disdain for my people. I can't look down on my people that's struggling and hurting it or even doing a lot of fucked up shit because I come from that. I know why a lot of our people do this fucked up shit we do. I know why we act a certain type of way. I know that. I was them. I'm still them. But just in a different way because I understand more. You don't understand if you wouldn't come from that shit. We the way we are for a reason. It's survival when we where we at. That shit is survival. It ain't about playing victim. It's about what it is. We trying to survive. I thought to myself, I could have created this channel for anything else than the shit that I talk about. But I look back at it now and that was my purpose. I understand my people. I understand the struggle because I've been there. And I ain't run from my people. I ain't scared of my people. The good or the bad of them. I ain't scared of them. That's why I do what I do. That's why I created this channel. It ain't about none of that other shit. If I cared about clicks and money and all that other shit, I would do what a lot of these niggas do on YouTube. But I don't do that. But I love my people. I want my people to do better. I wish a lot of, like, do you understand a lot of our people that go through our community, they in pain. I know they in pain because I was in pain. I still feel the pain. That shit don't leave you because you leave. That pain is still there. Know how I felt to be poor. You ever be around a bunch of people that's poor? You ever be around a community where you see motherfuckers begging to eat? That's where I come from. I beg to eat. Friends of mine beg to eat. Family members, can I borrow this? Like, yo, you ever seen that? That shit don't leave you like that. You know the bad part about it is that I never feel, as much as I made it, much as I got opportunities and I made the best of my little opportunities, right? I never feel like, not bad, but you can say bad, but I never feel like I'm better than nobody. Because I'm not. I ain't better than no nigga on the street that's grinding, or a nigga that's trying to survive out this street, or sister or brother sitting out there and you see him begging for money. I ain't no better than them. I told motherfuckers I don't give shit unless I can give it to you. It's not that I don't want to give it to you. I may just can't give it to you. But if I got it, I give it to you. I ain't supposed to be here. I'm one of them lucky ones. So who the fuck am I to sit there and look down on my people that's fucked up and hurting in them streets? But we got this coon ass nigga. You made it and you turn your back on your whole race. Unless they coon and buck dance like you, nigga. Sad. Let's move on, man.
What good is this federal agency doing when it comes to that? Maybe there should be kind of a more individual approach to these situations, but I'm getting triggered, so I digress.
The Department of Justice would go on a murdering spree. It would rush to use the death penalty and expand its use to even more people while...
Now, if you are up for the death penalty, you probably did something bad, like, I don't know, sexually assaulting children or something like that. So are you going to down the hill for somebody like that? Hey, somebody like that, man, they can get the rope ASAP. I don't care. And if you need somebody
First of all, nigga, you know that's not what she's talking about. You're bringing that up to fit your dumbass narrative, you ignorant piece of shit. You know that's not what she's saying. Anybody that condones sexual assault or molesting children or raping people, nobody's condoning that. You know that's not what she's saying. But you bring that up and you push that bullshit because you want to make it seem like the left is talking about it's okay for rapists to be out. Nobody's saying that. Listen, I believe anybody that rapes somebody or molest children, the death penalty should be for you. You should never get out. I don't give a fuck if they don't give you the death penalty. You should never be out of jail. You're a monster. Fuck out of here. But this nigga sitting there acting like that's what she's saying. Okay, cool, bro. Let's move on.
If you need somebody to pull the trigger with the hood on his face, hey, I volunteer. Wood chipper action all day long for some individuals. Some people shouldn't really be breathing oxygen. It is what it is, but let's keep on going.
Sir, if I wasn't a good human being, because I'm about to be real petty, if I wasn't a very good human being, I would believe you shouldn't breathe. Because you're a danger to society And nigga, number one, you are a danger to our people with this bullshit rhetoric coming out your mouth. And you're misleading shit that you're trying to push. We can think the same thing about you. But anyway, let's move on.
Circumventing due process protections. Project 25 not only calls for national book bans in schools, but also...
Now, book bans. We're talking about some of these pornographic books that have been allowed into elementary school libraries.
That is not true. That is not true. That is not true. The book bans that they're talking about, see, nigga, you want to keep talking about gay shit. And just because you are uncomfortable with gay people and gay situations, I don't give a fuck. Get over your homophobic bullshit. I ain't worrying about no gay person coming to rape me or my children. I worry about the homosexuals, the in the closet homosexuals. Because anybody that raped the same sex of person, they was in a closet gay people anyway. So, nigga, but you don't know the difference of that because you so-called more religious than everybody. Get the fuck out of here. But anyway, they are trying to ban Martin Luther King. They are trying to ban Rosa Parks stories. That's what she's talking about, nigga. This ain't all about gay shit. Or gay books, you want to say, right? It ain't about that. They trying to rewrite history, nigga. You know that's what she's talking about, but you still trying to go on this realm of trying to blame gay people. Let me just say this. If you read the Bible, it's a lot of gay shit in there. Homosexual things in there. People been homosexual for a long motherfucking time. A long time. Been homosexuals in every generation. This ain't nothing new. Them so-called strong leaders from the Bible or history, they all was homosexual. A lot of them was homosexuals. Fuck are you talking about? But anyway, let's move on.
I don't think that that's a thing, again, you want to die on the hill of. You're talking about certain things that the plan is talking about eliminating, but you're not giving the full context. So to the uninformed person who's just seeing this for the first time and having this be their window into politics, they're going to be misinformed. But that's why I'm here, to inform people who don't have the information.
Creates a list of banned words.
First of all, sir, you are misinforming people because you're not telling the whole truth. Saying about gay books or explicit shit. Listen, first of all, let me just say this. You want to talk about explicit shit? We put all these parental skill things around children, right? For them not to see nothing. We live in a technology world. Kids will see gay shit, sexual shit, racist shit, bigoted shit, homophobic shit, sexist shit on the internet. So let me ask you a question. Unless you want to rule and tell people, organizations that make millions and billions of dollars off of these things that you think that's excessive, right? Inappropriate, that make America a lot of money. These are businesses. You going to stop that? We'll see how that go. We'll see how much jobs will be here. That's like, we already have this outlook of how we look at women that sell their body, right? I don't condone it. I don't like it. But do what you do. I don't have to respect it, but I have to show you respect if you come in my presence. I ain't gonna disrespect you like that. I'm not gonna walk up to you, call you all types of horrors and shit like that. But hey, on my platform, I'll tell you, yeah, you a whore. You selling your body for money. Yes, I will say that. I don't like that women sell their body, or man. I don't like that shit. You are a whore. But it is an occupation that they do, and they're willing to, whatever they do, lower their self-esteem. I don't care that much to discriminate against them. You understand what I'm saying here? I may not like it. I may have my point of view, but I'm not going to discriminate against them. But let's move on.
The words for the federal government that would be deleted from, quote, every federal rule, agency regulation, contract, grant, and piece of legislation that exists, end quote. Here are just a few of the words on the list: diversity, gender, reproductive health, and of course, conservatives want to ban the word abortion.
Pause again. Now, again, this is from the Heritage Foundation. This is not what Team Trump says. But back to the whole thing about diversity and gender. Really, that's about LGBT. No.
First of all, that ain't true what you just said. That's the whole movement of your movement. You just admitted that. So what are you talking about? You lying. You got a problem with everything she just said. That is a lot. Like, why are you lying? The difference is Trump trying to pretend that he's not directly saying it, but he says it. I ain't got to listen to the Trump campaign or what they say. I heard what Trump said. I understand the people that Trump surround himself with. They said Kamala Harris was a DEI hire. Any black person that got a position, or a woman that got a high position, they was calling the head of the Secret Service. We didn't even know she was a male or a woman. I didn't even know that. Till that attempted assassination happened with Trump. I didn't know she was a woman. She was the head of it. I didn't know. I didn't know if she was a man or a woman. But what they come out with? Oh, she a DI hire because she a woman. And she was a white woman. So I'm telling white women, you should be offended by Republicans. They saying you ain't qualified because you a woman. They grilled the DI hire, that white woman, at a Congress shit, and they still turned around and grilled the white man that took over for her because she resigned, and they still grilled him the same way they grilled her. People say, well, at least they been consistent. No. They wasn't. This wasn't about Trump assassination. This was about politics. They don't believe in government. They was talking about, well, you ain't firing all these people. You can't fire everybody. You don't know who's all a part of that situation. You got to do an investigation. Remember they said, oh, they just, you know, it was two-tiered justice system. They just came at the Trump and gave him all these charges. Okay, cool. With no investigation. They try to pretend there was no investigation. But it was. These motherfuckers are sitting there talking about something happened to, assassination happened to the president and people died. People should just get fired. Because somebody we fuck with. Really? Then on the same hand, you say, oh no, the police get to do what they want. We got to do the investigation to see if this shit is true. Give them immunity. But you don't want to do an investigation. It's an investigation. First of all, let me just say this. The whole Trump assassination thing, them bringing in the Secret Service, it proved our point about law enforcement. It was no way that that sniper should have got that close to try to assassinate Donald Trump. Never. That shit should never got that close. That shit shouldn't even happen. Honestly, it shouldn't. Where that dude was at? No. But, like I said, a part of that comes with resources. If you want to blame somebody, if I'm the police chief, or wherever town I'm at, wherever somebody, and that's person that important, nigga, we gonna make sure all the angles are good. The problem was that even the Secret Service was lackluster. Even the local law enforcement was less lackluster. And they may not have had that much resources like that in that city. In that part of that city, I think was it Virginia? They ain't had that much resources. Now, think about this. This should happen not just off of the Secret Service. Listen, from what I'm understanding, this was lacklustering for the police department in that state. So they keep asking the Secret Service should have, is they a part of the problem? Yeah. Is they accountable? Yes. But at the end of the day, from what I'm hearing, it was the local police. See, the local police don't like the federal government. They don't like when the federal government come in and take over. So they want to have this partnership. And they ain't even qualified to do the shit that the federal government law enforcement can do. So they got this arrogance. So they want to be partners. So, okay, cool. You say you got this shit. These motherfuckers was inside the building. They wasn't on top of the building. That shit don't make no sense. We keep focusing on the Secret Service. I'm telling y'all, we really need to be focusing on the local law enforcement that was in Virginia. Not the Secret Service. Because where the dude shot at, that is where the local law enforcement said they got that shit covered. So why are we blaming Secret Service? People, we ain't had an assassination attempt in America in over 60 years. We get one in 2024. Ask yourselves why. This shit is all fucked up. We couldn't find out that the motherfucking local police officers, instead of they having somebody on the roof, they had motherfuckers inside the building. What? You talking about a former president of the United States, and you got motherfuckers inside the building, but nobody on the top of the building? It was police officers that was in the building. That this domestic terrorist, that he was over top of them. He claimed the building. But we mad at the Secret Service. Oh, y'all kidding me? Okay, cool. Let's move on. Let's move on, man.
And all this and that. Okay, you got to have a transgender person on your board. That's kind of where that goes. And then to the whole thing about abortion, Trump came out and said that he supports abortion in certain instances, sexual assault, life of the mother, and incest. So he's not.
He can say all that, but he's with a party that said they don't believe in none of that. I mean, what are you talking about, man? I don't give a fuck with Trump. He running for president. But you're talking about lawmakers that's in Congress that's saying the opposite of what you just said. You think Trump ain't gonna sign it? Let's say Trump get in office, Congress ran by Republican Trumpers. He don't believe in it, but he not gonna pass it. He gonna veto it. Yeah, all right. Nigga, come on, man. Stop, bro. This shit is just ridiculous. Let's move on.
A hardline abortion person, but there should be some restrictions because they were talking about it in Virginia, and Trump mentioned it during the debate. Ralph Northam, the former governor of Virginia, was on videotape talking about, hey, you know what, we can have abortion up until the point of birth, and maybe even after birth. And Ralph Northam is a physician. So this is the kind of thing we're talking about, and that can't really...
First of all, stop misquoting him. So you lying. Again, this is what I'm saying, you lying. He's talking about if the woman is in danger or the child is in danger, they got to have a emergency C-section or emergency abortion to take the baby out. Because it's a danger to the mother. You know that. Why are you lying? No doctor has ever committed You can't name one. You can't name one. I don't give a fuck what a politician says. And like I said, first of all, I don't think the politician is lying. I'm saying you can't name one incident where a doctor and a mother, the mother say, no, I want abortion right now at 9 months or 8 months or 7 months or 6 months or 5 months. That is not happening, bro. That has never happened. What are you talking about? Stop lying. You know what they're talking about. You know they're talking about if they having a childbirth, right? Like you going through the process, and they find out some issues that you have in birth, and it put the mother in danger, or it may put the kid in danger. You gotta hurry up and do a C-section. Sometimes kids can get born early and they can die. That happens. But you willing to risk both lives? Because that has happened as well. Nigga, stop acting like you are educated in this shit and you're not. You're not even educated in it. Fuck you being a doctor. You're not even educated. I sat there and watched my wife in pain. The doctor came to my wife and told her, listen, you can't do this naturally. If we wait, you could die. We got to do a C-section. That saved my wife and my daughter. If my wife would have just said, nah, I want to do it natural, it could have killed her and could have killed the baby. Could have killed my daughter. What the fuck is he talking about, nigga? All childbirth ain't as easy, nigga. A woman had a baby or whatever, and it comes out regularly out the pussy. It doesn't happen like that, nigga. What the fuck is wrong with you? But you want to sit here and talk down to the rest of us and act like we don't know what the fuck is. Nigga, I watched my wife in pain. I listened to the doctor. My wife was in pain. That shit broke my heart. I was scared as shit. Do you understand that, nigga? But you want to sit here and talk that bullshit. Nobody is having abortions late like that. Nobody. Stop it. Stop lying to people. And just because your wife or the woman, her pregnancy went the correct way, that doesn't mean everybody's shit goes that way. Every circumstances doesn't go that way. Fuck out of here. My wife could have died. My daughter could have died. Fuck wrong with you? And there's some situations where women say, fuck that shit. Is my kid gonna live? I don't care, I die. Some women are like that. And some men gotta sit back and say, baby, you sure? Yeah, the fuck. And we gotta rock with it. I'm taking my wife's word. It's her body. It's her decision. It'll hurt if I lose her. Of course it would. Of course it fucking would. But if you got a choice to say both, and that's not an abortion, motherfucker. Like, they don't even understand what an abortion is. Or a late-term abortion is. They don't even know what that is. It's not even a late-term abortion. It's that the fetus, however the medical shit is going on sometimes, you can lose either parent. I mean, either person. You can lose the baby, you can lose the parent. Or sometimes you can lose both. Surgery is never 100%. But this nigga and people like him don't understand that. They don't even believe in science. So how the fuck I supposed to take anything that you say? You don't even believe in science. You don't even know how shit works. You just telling me, oh, well, God said this. Have you met him? No, you haven't. So how the fuck you gonna tell a doctor, somebody that God created, a doctor? He created that doctor. He created that mom. How the fuck you gonna act like you know more? Get the fuck out of here, nigga. You ain't got no experience or nothing. No experience, no education in it at all. And lie and say, oh, they having abortions at 9 months. Wow. Let's move on.
Can't really be happening in this country.
On that note, abortion care would be inaccessible and illegal no matter where you live. Now, we could have an entire hearing on how these policies would quite literally ruin and end lives. And I didn't even touch upon proposals for housing, climate change, worker protections, and more.
Climate change is bogus. Climate change is bogus because you know why I know it's bogus. The number 1 and number 2 polluters in the world, China and India, respectively, are not even included in climate change talks. All we do is just offshore pollution to them, and the carbon emission goes straight up into the same atmosphere. It's bogus. It's BS. It's a grift.
Well, whose fault is that? Is it just the left? Or is it the right? We can't push certain shit if both sides in our country don't get on board to try to push another country to do shit. You bitch ass nigga. Climate change ain't real. Climate ain't real. All right, you bitch ass nigga. Let me explain. Let me tell y'all something real that I know. Facts on that I did. Right? You know, since the 70s, right? It been more autistic and mentally ill and mentally challenged children and people in the last 30, 40, 50 years before that. Never in American history. Never in the world. We have more mentally ill, mentally challenged, autistic, all those kids, all these people, than we ever had in history. Ever. In the last 30, 40, 50 years. These are facts. And you know why that? It's because we keep polluting the air. We doing it even more. We're fracking more. We're polluting the air more. People get more cancer. People are dying more than they died before the 70s. These are facts. People used to live longer than they live now. Ask yourselves why. Or do your homework. Don't ask yourself why. Do the homework. Pollution is real. Climate change is real. We're polluting the fucking air. We're not even breathing healthy oxygen in the world. The world is polluted. People fracking more. People putting more toxins in the air. Mind you, we didn't have cars and all this shit back in the day. Do y'all know? Do y'all understand it? So when these people sit there and talk about, oh, pollution and you know, all this shit ain't real. Climate change ain't real. What? We had more people die from cancer in the last 50, 60 years than ever in history. People used to live longer. You know why? Because we didn't have cars polluting the air. We didn't have planes polluting the air. We wasn't even on sea polluting the air as much as we have now. What the fuck is he talking about? You know what the bad part of this about this? He says this, right? The bad part about it is people out here that ain't educated about pollution. And that's why they believe in what this goofy nigga, some of them believe in this, what this goofy nigga is saying. And people like him. They have no fucking clue. More people has been dying from a lot of shit. Different diseases. All that shit. And we never had that shit before. All of a sudden we have it now. Like, are y'all serious? Y'all don't understand how shit is? Gay people been around a long time. You think AIDS just all of a sudden popped up? Oh my God, in the 90s, AIDS popped up. You know why AIDS is really like that? It's a new disease or whatever. You know why? Because people don't wash their ass. You know what AIDS really is? People don't wash their ass. You do freaky, nasty shit, or you have sex with freaky, nasty people that don't really wash their ass. It's bacteria and shit like that. Do you understand what AIDS is? It's dirty motherfuckers. People being freaky, just fucking everybody. Oh, you gay, you just fuck somebody's ass. No. Wash your ass. A lot of these diseases come from because people don't wash their ass. And I'm going to tell you, the main people that don't wash their ass like that, and I ain't going to speak on outside of the country. I'm going to speak in the country. You know who don't wash their ass like that? White folks. Homeless folks. They don't wash their ass. And pollution. That's what bring a lot of these diseases. But see, a lot of people don't research, they don't do their homework, they don't do a lot. And understand where germs is real. Germs is real. People be thinking people being bougie because they're like, oh man, keep them germs away from me. No. It's a reason why. You motherfuckers got germs. You don't wash your ass, you don't wash your hands. We touch dirt all the time. And you don't wash your fucking hands. You go to the bathroom. Motherfuckers go to the bathroom. Got their dirty dick out with toxins in their body. And you don't wash your hands. You go take showers and you don't use washcloths. You just use soap and then tell the next person, oh, use the soap that I use. Wash your ass with washcloths. Wash your ass. You motherfuckers are dirty. That's what it is. You don't wash your ass. You don't wash your ass like you're supposed to. Every person. If you don't leave your house, like I don't leave my house that much, right? So, like if I'm in a house and I know I ain't going nowhere for a while, nigga, I may wash my ass once or twice, right? I ain't touching shit, no diseases, nothing like that. I ain't going nowhere. But I know if I'm leaving the house, I gotta go to work. Nigga, I take 2 or 3 showers a day. I wash my ass. Motherfuckers sitting around here and like they ain't gotta wash their ass. Motherfuckers act like they ain't gotta wash their hands. Wash your fucking hands. Use the goddamn water, motherfucker. Water is your friend. Niggas keep thinking, oh, we got AIDS from the gay people. No, we didn't. We got AIDS from germs. Dirty motherfuckers that don't wash their ass. And that's where a lot of diseases come from. Motherfuckers don't wash their ass and they dirty. That's where a lot of viruses come from. A lot of shit come from. And let me just be very honest about virus that we have and shit like that. A lot of that shit we will never know where it come from. Because it's not meant for us to know. That's why at the end of the day you believe in a higher power. A lot of shit we won't know why it comes. But I tell you this, a lot of these diseases and shit they come from, it's because we dirty. A lot of us are dirty. You don't wash your ass, you don't clean, you don't do certain shit. That's why motherfuckers be dying from diseases. And diseases come because you're dirty. Yeah, the ground, the earth, grows shit from the earth. But everything from the earth, if you don't clean it, it's trash. You can die from it. Everything from the earth that you grow from the earth is dirt. Nigga, listen, I'll tell you how this. Eat dirt. Just regularly. Eat dirt and see what happened to you. Go there and just eat dirt. Eat the goddamn dirt. Just eat dirt and see what happened to you. Alright then. Stupid motherfuckers. You don't believe in climate change. Okay, cool. Let me tell you something. If you say you live in a snow state, and you keep eating snow, you know snow is mixed with dirt too, right? Is that the water it mixed with it, right? So eat it and see what happens. Watch what happens. Your bitch ass will die. You will die. You got to clean the dirt off. It's like water. Water ain't clean, nigga. You got to clean water. You got to sanitize it. Drink some motherfucking water that's out the ocean without cleaning it and see what happens. Your dumb ass will get sick. And fuck around, die. Play around. Dirt is dirt, motherfucker. That's where science come in. You motherfuckers just ignorant. Some of you just ignorant as fuck. And I'm not even a science type of dude, but I know better because I didn't even like science, but I researched and educated myself in this shit. Go ahead and play around with dirt and die, motherfuckers. Listen, you stupid son of a bitches. You listen to these stupid Republicans. Go ahead. Go to a quick commercial break, people. We'll be right back.
Check, you get no respect, you holding a tech, you holding a 9. These niggas be claiming they telling the truth, but a 9 out of 10 of they lying. Shit, you know they be taking their time. I just be speaking my mind, shit from the grind. I come from the grind, I tell the time. They wanted to humble me, they want me to look up the sucker ass niggas, they know they up under me. Yeah, they know they up under me. Got the ball, I won't fumble it. Let my stretch from the jungles, bitch. Didn't teach me no humble shit. About the porch with that monster shit. Got the ball, I start dunking shit. That's all I learned in these streets shit. That's all I learned in these streets shit.
All right, people, we back from quick commercial break. Make sure you guys hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell button so you guys get the live streams when we go live, people. And if you can, donate to the channel. Go to OBF The Real Cash App and donate to the channel, people. We highly appreciate anything you guys can donate to the channel. Need more information to subscribe and donate to the channel? It's down there scrolling below the screen. People, make sure you guys hit the like button when you come in and out of the building. And people, make sure you guys share the videos, man, so we can keep the movement popping. You get what I mean? Tell somebody that knows somebody that tells somebody that knows somebody. Okay? All right. Listen, man. I can't hear more of this nigga. But I just want y'all to get like a sense of what this is why we, as black people, we're disrespected. Because this dude has no respect. We have black people in this country that has sided with white supremacy, and that is a danger to our people. I don't agree with everything what all our black people say. But I know how to stay on code. And that's probably my thing for the next year. Well, to the end of this year. As black people, we gotta stay on code. We are getting fucked up and disrespected and bamboozled of our positions and hurting other black people for their positions because we don't stay on code. And that's why we're being disrespected. That's why we're not getting what we want from some of these politicians, even if they black or not. We don't stay on code as people. I'm really genuinely trying to explain this shit to y'all. But some of y'all be thinking, oh, you being soft. I'm not being soft. You got to understand how the game works. You're not going to get anything if we don't stay on code. We can't be total radical motherfuckers that, or we just only black shit. Okay, look how that works for us. You see the niggas that's total radical? Did you say pro-black niggas you want to say? See how that go. Then you get a whole bunch of niggas that won't stay on code with that. We gotta find a balance to stay on code. All of us are not the same. We have different experiences. Our different life experiences are different. And we have to understand that. But we have to, certain things, we have to stay on code. We got to get to that Black Panther movement type of shit. Not this other shit that y'all on, man. And I'm talking both sides. I love both sides. I love that we are the extreme side, right? Which is pro-black niggas. I love that, right? Don't agree with everything, but I love them, brothers and sisters. But then there's the other side there where some of us will be on that shit of like, you know, we kind of got to play the game a little bit. But I'm saying, hey, we ain't got to play the game to the extreme of what you doing. So I don't agree with everything they saying. We got to learn. We got to be smart and understand that we got to bring that shit together. They're both sides have a point, but we gotta bring that shit together. That what makes us powerful. That what makes our coalition of black people powerful. Not this separation and shit that we doing to each other. I'm being genuinely honest, bro. I'm so heartbreaking. I see this shit from both sides. I be like, yo, come on, man. Y'all breaking my heart. Y'all don't see this shit? I love my people, man. I genuinely do. I love my people. I love being black. I love this shit. I love us. I love us some us. But some of y'all, this shit ain't gonna work. If we trying to hate on each other or hurt each other, that shit ain't gonna work. I done seen it. It don't work. That's why I'm trying to do better. You feel me? I'm trying to do better. And so I see this shit ain't working. So we gotta do better, man. I want to say to my people, I love my people, love y'all. But a lot of this shit that we beefing with each other and not trying to understand each other, we want to call each other sellouts and coons and shit like that. This shit ain't working, bro. Shit ain't working. Now, motherfuckers that we should be calling sellouts and shit like that, we allowed them on our platform. Tell me how that makes sense. But anyway, leave your comments, hit that like button, support your boy, Mr. OBF. Peace and love to the world.